Okay, so last week's material video is up on the KW United YouTube channel. All of you are familiar with that, I hope. And if you're not, just go to YouTube and search KW United. There are lots of videos on there. Most of them are of me. There are other people that are teaching you things, not just me. So go ahead and check that out if you haven't yet. DocuSign, Command, contracts, other little things, market stats, you know, how to find them in Bright in certain ways. Just lots of different things that you may need are going to be on that YouTube channel. But I did get the buyer agency package class and the listing agreement class uploaded there from last week. All right, so today, as I warned those of you that were with me last week, today is not going to be an early day for you. We will likely go all the way to 4 o'clock. If I can get you out early, I will, I promise. But it's not likely to be the hour early like we did last time. So I apologize in advance, but it is a lot of material. And for anyone that was not on with me last week, my new rule is cameras on. If you can't have a camera on, shoot me a message. Tell me what's going on, why you can't have a camera on, so that I know that you are there and paying attention. It's hard for me to know that you are understanding what I'm saying, or that you think I'm funny, or you're humoring me when I tell a joke, if I can't see your face. Okay, awesome. Now all of you in the room will humor me, so I love that you're here. All right, we're gonna get started with the residential sales contract. Okay, this is the bulk of today is this base document, and then we're going to go through all of the addenda that could go with this document when you're making an offer for your client to purchase a home. Okay. There are some repetitive things that happen with the addenda, like the financing. There's 4 different types of financing contingencies that we have in here. We're not going to go over all of them word for word, because they're similar, but the contract we are going to go over pretty carefully, so you know what the base is, you know what some of the changes are and things that will affect your clients. Real quick, I'm going to close this door because that is going to drop in all of us batty. Okay, fill in the blanks on the contract. First page of the residential sales contract at the top says this contract is offered on blank. Date of offer between buyer and seller. So that date, it's really irrelevant, right? Just like our agency agreements that we talked about last week. It's the date you're preparing the document. It really doesn't matter if you prepare it and then you don't end up submitting the offer for 2 days. That's not likely going to happen right now in this market, but it could happen. It doesn't matter. Okay, it's just the date that you're preparing it. The date that really matters is the date that we're going to get to towards the end, which is the ratification date. The buyer's name is how they're going to take title. Okay, so remembering from last week, we talked about putting their name on the buyer agency agreement the way that they would take title. So in the examples, I use my husband, who his mother is the only one that calls him Nathan. Everyone else calls him Nate. We would not put Nate Lauderstein in the buyer section. We would put Nathan Lauderstein. We might even put Nathan M. Lauderstein, right? With his middle initial, if that's how he's going to take title. This cell, yes. Yeah, it's how that, yes, it's how they want to take title. So it's not a nickname that you would put. Some want to have middle initials. Some might want to have their full middle name. You would be talking to them about it at the time of the buyer consultation. In DocuSign, this will carry through. So once you have typed it into DocuSign, into that buyer consultation, it will carry over in and automatically fill in for you in this document. In the seller line, just like we talked about on the listing agreement, this is how they are on the deed. So you have to look at the title, the section of ownership in the deed, to see how they're on the title. If it's a mishmash, right? We talked about the different things to look at to try to untangle it. The keys for looking if it's in a trust, right? It'll say TR maybe if it's in a trust. It's going to be your clue that it's not just the person's name. If it says R/S or J/T, you are not going to include those initials in the seller line. R/S means right of survivorship. It's how they hold title with someone else. It's how their ownership interest is. So it's just an indication. It's how someone inputted this into the database. You're not going to put R/S. JT is joint tenant, same thing. If you put that, it's going to make you look new and like you have not been through a contracts class before. So I'm just telling you, don't do that. Barbara, you had your hand up. Do you still have a question?
Yeah, when you're doing the offers between it, you're saying that if the way they want to title it, if they want to title it as an LLC or a trust, then you would write that in there.
Yeah, so if they're going to do it as an LLC or a trust, then back when you did the buyer agency agreement, it would be in the LLC or a trust name, and you would have the trust documents or the LLC documents submitted to us to verify who the authorized signers are and what their capacity is. Okay. So yes, it's exactly how they are going to take title. The same thing if the seller is a trust or an LLC, that's what you would put. The listing brokerage is the next blank. And then the cooperating brokerage is us if we're representing the buyer, right? So KW United dash Falls Church dash Alexandria / Kingstown or dash Fredericksburg. If you are on the listing side and you are getting an offer that comes in and it only says KW United, because that's all it says in the MLS is just KW United, it's okay, you don't have to change it. But if you are on the buyer side and you are preparing the offer, I would like it to say which office we're in, okay? So this is just the top paragraph explaining who the parties are and who represents the parties, okay? The next section is real property. So this is an almost identical paragraph, if not identical, to the listing agreement, where it talks about what's being sold. Remember, the street address is not how we sell property. It's based on legal description. It's based on information in the tax record. The street address is for the U.S. Postal Service. It's not for the transfer of property. So here, the tax map and ID number, they both would go there if you have both of those in the tax record. The lot number, the section, the subdivision or condo name, if it's in an HOA or a condo association. If the tax record doesn't split out for you, the lot number or the section, like we talked about last week, you can read the full legal description at the bottom of the tax record and chunk out certain things like the lot number, the section, it's all in the legal description. Parking space numbers only go in the contract if they are separately deeded. If it's an HOA or a condo association that has assigned parking, it does not go here because that assigned parking belongs to the HOA. It is not something that the seller has the right to convey. But some condo associations, not generally townhouses, but this mostly happens with condos, the parking spaces have separate deeds and they can transfer without the sale of property. That's what would go here. The county or municipality, so this would be Fairfax County or Fairfax City, Alexandria, City of Alexandria versus Fairfax County, Alexandria in the city, Alexandria in Fairfax County. So this is what you would write here. And of course, the street address you would fill in so that it's clear what we're transferring. Section 2 is super important. It's super important for a couple of reasons. One, it's the sale price, right? Everybody needs to have a meeting of the minds on how much this property is selling for. The second part that makes section 2 important is if you have a financing contingency, because your financing contingency is tied to this section. So if your client applies for financing that doesn't match what's in section 2 and they get declined, they actually don't have a financing contingency. So we have to be very careful. So when we talk about our consultations and what we're doing up front with our buyers, we are also talking to the lenders, right? We want to make sure that the lender has already gone through the options with the client so that the client already knows what the choices are before they enter into this offer and consequently get ratified, so that in the event they have a financing contingency, they are protected. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Yes.
So let's say the offer, the contract is ratified for someone to be processed. The lender and buyer decide they get FHA for works better. Can we get an addendum in the contract to change that prior to the expiration of financial contingency?
Yeah, so the question is, if the lender and buyer decide that it's better to switch like from conventional to FHA, can you get an addendum signed changing the financing? And the answer is yes. And you have to be very specific on how you're doing that. Simply having the new financing contingency document signed is not enough, because that doesn't tie to anything, right? It's just a document that says, this is the type of financing we're doing. And it says that it's tied to paragraph 2. So what has to happen is an additional addendum has to be signed, a regular sales contract addendum, changing the specified financing to whatever it is that's being changed to, and the financing contingency document be signed. That's right. That's right. So 2A is your sale price. What's the sale price being offered? 2B is what the down payment is. If the buyer is a cash buyer, then the down payment equals the sale price because it's 100%. My suggestion and my preference is that we always use the percentages and not the dollar amounts in B, C, 1, 2, and 3, and total financing. Okay, in those sections that you always use percentages. So if down payment is 20% and they're doing conventional financing, then you would check the box for conventional financing in 2C. And in that top line right here, you would put 80%. In most cases, there's not a second trust or a seller held trust in what we're doing. So then total financing in this section would be 80%. Okay, the reason I suggest percentages and not dollars is in the event that you have a counter offer on price, many agents forget to change the dollar amounts down here and end up without a financing contingency because they only change the sale price and then it doesn't add up below. Okay. For the seller subsidy, I suggest you use a dollar amount. It's very easy for something to just get hidden right here when it's like 1, 2, 3%, right? So I suggest you use a dollar amount for the seller subsidy if your buyer is asking for the seller to cover some of their closing costs. That's what a seller subsidy is the buyer asking the seller to give a credit. All right, so in the event the offer is $500,000 and the buyer asks for a $10,000 seller subsidy, the offer really is a net of $490,000. Okay. Any questions on that part before I move to the next section? All right, I see Several of you have logged in since we started. If you are there, please turn your cameras on so that I know that you are there and following along with us. All right, so 2E talks about the contingency itself. So even though you're filling out the top saying this is the type of loan I'm getting, this is, we're doing conventional VA, FHA, USDA, the buyer can decide to make the offer not contingent on financing. Now, this is another one of my soapbox moments. Contingencies are not about getting to closing. Contingencies are about the earnest money deposit. Okay, so when you're talking to your buyers and your sellers, we need to make sure that we are very clear about what a contingency really means. Because a buyer who comes in and offers list price and has 50% down and is doing conventional financing and has a contingency for financing because they want the protection that in the event something happens and they can't get to closing because they get hit by a bus or they lose their job or something, they want to get their earnest money back, that buyer might be stronger than someone who comes in and offers $525 and only is putting 5% down, but waives their contingency, right? The buyer who offered less money and asked for a contingency may actually have a stronger loan application and have the ability to get to the closing table better than someone who waives the contingency. It's only about who has the right to pursue the earnest money deposit in the event closing doesn't happen. Okay, so please remember that when you're talking to your sellers, if you are receiving offers, okay? I don't like the fact that buyers can waive the financing contingency when they don't have cash in the bank to back up the purchase, because it's very risky. Because I don't think they all understand that it's not just the earnest money deposit that's at risk. They actually could be at risk for a lot more than just their deposit if they can't get to closing. And we'll talk about that in detail in a moment. In this paragraph, it also says that the buyer will make written application for financing and any lender required property insurance within 7 days of ratification. Okay, so contract gets ratified. Final loan application has to be submitted to the lender within 7 days. So they already should have done a preliminary application anyway. And in most cases, the lenders that we're working with can take that full loan application ahead of time and get the buyer all the way through underwriting while they're just waiting for property specific information. Okay. Insurance. This is homeowners insurance, right? So that has to be applied for within 7 days as well. So there should be no last minute questions that come up there. Oh, such and such claim came up on the clue report, right? A clue report's like a Carfax equivalent for a house. It tells you what claims have been filed in the last 7 years on a home. There shouldn't be questions at the 11th hour that say, oh, what was this water damage claim? The buyer wants to know about. 7 days, they have to make that application. Okay. It also gives blanket approval for the listing brokerage and the seller to get general information from the lender, right? So as a listing agent, you would be calling the lender and checking in on the status regularly. We're getting a copy of the lender letter, that pre-approval letter, calling and verifying the information in that pre-approval letter prior to our client, the seller, accepting the offer. Okay. Appraisal contingency. This is another piece that can be waived in conventional financing. Appraisal contingency cannot be waived in FHA, VA, and USDA. It is not a separate contingency. this paragraph says that if the contract is not contingent on the appraisal, that the buyer and seller can negotiate whether the appraiser will still be given access. Okay, so we know that if there's a loan, the likelihood that an appraiser has to come in is pretty high, right? There are certain circumstances where a buyer can get an appraisal waiver, but not every circumstance. Okay, there are certain things like credit score, loan to value ratios, different things. Okay, so in most cases, the appraiser is going to have to come in. So it says the seller will or will not provide appraiser reasonable access. This is so there's no confusion when it's not contingent on the appraisal that the appraiser still has to come in to get the loan through. Now, if it's contingent on the appraisal, there's language in here that automatically says they're getting access. Okay, so that's just a no-brainer. Okay. If the contract is not contingent on the appraisal, the buyer will proceed to settlement without regard to the appraised value. So when a buyer is waiving their appraisal contingency, what that's saying is it doesn't matter what value the bank assigns to this piece of property, we are paying the difference. So if they offered 500,000 and the property only appraised for 490 and they did not have an appraisal contingency, their loan is going to be 80% of 490. Okay, so their down payment, according to the lender, is 20% of 490 plus $10,000. Okay, because the lender is only going to lend based on the sale price or the appraised value, whichever is less. If there is an appraisal contingency, which we will get to later this afternoon, there are certain things that can happen for discussion on the value changing, the sale price changing based on the value. Okay. Section G is the buyer's representations about whether or not they will occupy the home as their primary residence. Why is this in the financing section? Well, rates are higher on investment properties and second homes. So this is part of the representation related to the loan. In bold, we have here that unless specified in a written contingency, neither the contract nor the financing is dependent or contingent on the sale or settlement or lease of another property. Okay, why is this in bold? Because buyers and their agents get a little too creative, and when a buyer has a home to sell, they feel like they can fall back on the financing contingency if their home doesn't sell because they don't qualify for the mortgage. So they never disclose to anyone that they have a home to sell in order to qualify for that mortgage that they asked for the contingency on page 1. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? They're not telling the full truth about what their financial status is. And this has happened too many times over the years. This was added a couple of years ago. It's like bold and we're highlighting it again because now in competitive markets, sellers are hesitant to take any contingency, much less the settlement or home sale. So they just leave it off and think that they have the out if the financing is declined. And if the financing is declined based on this, then they actually don't get out of the contingency, on the contingency. Johnny, question.
Yes, shouldn't that be in the lender's letter to the seller?
That was my question. So yes, and there are lenders that will leave it off.
Oh.
And they play the game, right? Just like the agent and the buyer do, thinking that If it doesn't settle, they can just decline the loan.
Gotcha.
So good lenders that you want to work with are going to include it in the lender letter. So then you know that you have to include the contingencies and clauses addendum, which we'll go through at the end, for the settlement of the home. Okay, it doesn't have to be the home sale itself, but it's the settlement of the home that matters on that. Lucia.
So just going back, one before, you talk about the FHA, like the home appraisal contingency. And if it's an FHA and if it's not a VA, if it's an FHA or VA, they cannot waive the appraisal. Should the buyer wants to still waive, I know that they cannot waive it, would specifically more for FHA, because we've talked about in previous classes about the VA, would then they use the addendum, and addendums with the language very similar to the VA language that we talk about like the appraisal amount? Or
Yeah, so we're gonna, when we get to that contingency addendum, we'll talk more about options that they have on that and the part that they can waive and can't waive related to the appraisal.
got it.
So just make sure that I hit your question in that section and answer it. If I don't, stop, okay? All right, so everybody's good on that financing piece, on how it ties to the contingency and why. Okay. Now the deposit, the earnest money deposit. Okay, earnest money deposit is the buyer's skin in the game. Okay, this is what the buyer is putting up front in exchange for the seller to take their home off the market, right? So it's what is held in escrow that gets applied towards the down payment or closing costs for the buyer when they get to settlement, in exchange for the seller giving a period of time for the buyer to get through all of the things that they have to get through in order to get to the closing table. In this area, excluding Fredericksburg, we look at a minimum of 1% for it to be a legitimate offer. Okay, in the Fredericksburg area and down south, when I first started reviewing their contracts in 2019, I was like, what in the world is going on? Because they don't go by that 1% rule. It's a lot less that area does for earnest money. And that's okay, right? Because remember, real estate is local, right? So you have to know what the area can sustain. In a cash purchase, a lot of sellers want to see 10%, right? If you say you have $500,000 in cash, then show me 50,000, right? Like show me the money. A buyer who puts up more of a deposit up front does seem more serious to a seller because they're willing to take that money out of their bank account and put it in someone else's escrow account so that they don't have access to it, right? And they actually can't get it back if the contract falls apart unless the seller signs off on it. So it's a risk to the buyer to put the additional money in. Okay, so we have to have that conversation with our buyers as well, that there are only a couple of ways that earnest money deposit can come out of an escrow account. Settlement, right? The contract is released by all parties. So even if the buyer has the right to void the contract, you still have to have the release signed so that everybody agrees that yes, in fact, the contract is void and the money comes back to the buyer, or the mutual release of the contract, right? So still in that release where the parties agree, okay, maybe there wasn't a contingency, but everybody wants to go their separate ways and maybe split the earnest money, or the buyer offers the earnest money to the seller in exchange to let them out of the contract. A court order, so this would be like after a buyer defaults, there might be a court order. There is a fourth way that is not something that I get into the weeds about with you guys. But if you ever hear of the term interpleader, it's something that can happen if money is in an escrow account and it's very clear, like very, 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 very clear where the money is supposed to go. There is a function in the law that allows the escrow agent to go through a process to release it without it going through a court order, but this happens very rarely. So I would say that it's really those three: settlement, release of contract, and court order are what you're going to be talking to your clients about as far as the way that it can be released. Okay. So the way the contract is written, it says the buyer's deposit in the amount of blank in a check or bank wired funds. And then it gives you another choice where it says and or blank by note and payable on whenever. So I'm going to say that never will you guys ever fill out the section that says by note, due, and payable on. All right, this is something that's used like in commercial transactions where it might be a note. Your transactions are going to have a check or bank wired funds in that first section, and you are not going to fill in anything on those next two lines. Okay. It says it will be held in escrow by the following escrow agent. Now, this is a change for those of you that have been in business. This is one of the changes to our contract. It says it will be held, and you're going to check one, by the settlement agent, by the cooperating broker, or other, and there's a blank. So this used to say will be held by, and then there was a blank, and you would type in who's holding the money. The reason that we changed this for the July 1 update is because sellers, listing agents, have been trying to force who the settlement agent is, right? Have you guys heard anything about the split settlement drama that's been going on, right? Okay, drama, it's unnecessary. So the seller's listing agent will, against RESPA rules, require use of a settlement agent for the contract to be ratified. Okay, this is a RESPA violation. Don't do it, ever. Okay, the settlement agent cannot be a contingency for accepting an offer. It is the buyer's God-given right in real estate, basically, right? It cannot be waived. Okay, so RESPA does not like it when this happens. So what was happening is the earnest money deposit section is negotiable. Okay, so who holds the earnest money is negotiable. So let's say you're the listing agent and you receive an offer and it said that the buyer's company was holding the EMD. You can actually say, no, I want the title company to hold it, right? Your client can say, I'm more comfortable if the title company is holding it. So that's negotiable. Everybody has to agree. But who the settlement agent is, only the buyer gets to decide. It's not negotiable. So in the earnest money paragraph, buyers would be putting whoever the settlement agent is. Okay, so let's say they were forcing, just as an example, if it's Samson, their title company is Cardinal, right? So they would say that Cardinal was holding the EMD, and then Cardinal's the settlement agent. Well, we can change it to say unilaterally that Universal Title is the settlement agent. The buyer can change it, right? So, but Cardinal would still be holding the EMD, right? Because we don't want to use Cardinal, we want to use Universal Title, right? So in order to get them to accept the offer, we have to say Cardinal's holding the EMD, Cardinal's holding, going to do the settlement. But as soon as we're ratified, we can send a notice that says, oh, sorry, Universal Title is doing our closing, and they can't do anything about it. But that money is still supposed to go to this other title company unless everybody signs. So the reason we changed this, and I think that there's going to be just a slight difference in the verbiage on this that we'll post for July 1, so that it's clear that it's the settlement buyer's chosen settlement agent, so that if the settlement agent changes, that it follows along. Because I think once we read it after this came out, we weren't happy with the exact verbiage. But what this says is that you're checking the box that the settlement agent is holding it. So if we have to put cardinal title and we change it, then we can send the money to Universal. We don't have to get the buyer and seller to agree on an addendum. So that was the big reason that we changed that. The next section says the buyer has delivered the deposit or will deliver the deposit to the escrow agent, blank number of days after ratification. Days are days in this contract. Please do not add the abbreviation BUS for business days. We do not operate on business days. We operate on days, period. A day ends at 9 p.m. Everybody has to be on the same playing field. So there's a definition at the end of this contract that says what a day is. And that's what everybody operates on. A day is a day. So if you're ratifying on a Friday and you know your buyer has a physical check that they want to deliver and it's a holiday weekend, don't put that it's going to be 3 days from ratification. Put 5. Okay, just know your calendar. The time that you would use has delivered deposit to escrow agent is a situation where your buyer backs out of an offer, right? They back out of a contract and the money is at UT and you tell Sylvia, hey, hang on to it. We're going to look at other homes and we're just going to use that deposit on the next contract. Okay, so that is a situation where you would mark has delivered. Okay, every other time you're going to deliver it or your client's going to deliver it after. These title companies have technology now, apps on the phone where you just take pictures, right? It's a mobile deposit and you don't even do it. Your client does it. You will never have that earnest money deposit check in your hand. If you do, it's a very, very, very rare occasion that you would have that because of the apps and your client downloads the app with the instructions that they're given. Always talk to your client before in your consultation, right? About how much earnest money deposit they have available. Make sure it's in their account already, that they're not trying to take it out of a 401k or transfer it or yada, yada, yada. It's already in their account so that they know that it's going to be deposited, right? It's actually going to come out of their bank account those number of days from ratification, okay? A change that happened January 1st of this year related to the earnest money deposit was that if the buyer does not deliver the earnest money deposit in the period of time agreed to, the seller can declare the contract void. Up until January 1st of this year, the seller had no recourse whatsoever if a buyer didn't deliver their earnest money deposit. They just had to hope that they were still going to get to the closing table. So we made it very explicit in here that the seller may deliver a notice to void after the time has passed that the buyer was supposed to deliver their deposit up until that deposit is delivered. Okay, so if it's supposed to be delivered within 5 days, on day 7, it's still not delivered, seller can declare the contract void and go back on the market. Okay. If on day 10, the buyer realizes, oh shoot, I forgot to deliver my deposit, and delivers the deposit, and the seller has not declared the contract void, they're out of luck. right? Too late. The contract is still in full force and effect, okay? So it's only after that number of days and up until that deposit is delivered. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? Okay. The deposit is not the extent of damages that a buyer can be held liable for. And the EMD is only to be used towards damages when it comes to a seller pursuing a buyer if they default and don't go to closing. The seller might be very upset that a buyer doesn't close, and they might want the deposit because they might be really angry that they've got to go back on the market and go through this headache and whatever. It's a seller cannot go after a buyer for punitive issues, right? It can only be from actual damages. So if they were under contract for 500,000 in a declining market and they can only sell for 450, when they go to sell for somebody else, they could go after that buyer for $50,000 plus any other costs incurred by the delay. Okay. Yes.
That's only if it's default, not if they lose earnest money deposit during the transaction. Like it has to, the buyer has to not show up itself for them to go after.
Right. So the question was, is that's only in default? Yes. So if a buyer wants out and there's a mutual release of the contract, which is a document we're going to review tomorrow, the document says once the release is signed that all parties waive their ability to pursue anything further. So if a buyer wants out and you're in a declining market and you call me, or in certain circumstances, right? I might get a phone call and it's our buyer and they can't get to closing and we know they can't get to closing or they have defaulted, right? What do I do? What do I do? There are certain times where I say, have your buyer offer their earnest money deposit and hope like you know what, that the seller signs the release, right? Because you don't want the seller coming after your buyer because your buyer probably owes them more than what their earnest money deposit is. And you want them to sign the release because then they can't come after you, right? So there are times that is the right thing to do for the seller to take the earnest money. It's hard for a seller sometimes to collect money depending on what the circumstances, right? We also have to have a conversation with our clients about what's reasonable, right? What does the contract say? What's the law say? And what's reasonable? A seller who knows they can resell the home, has millions of dollars, it doesn't really harm them at all if they go back on the market when the buyer lost their job or their spouse passed away that they were supposed to buy with or something, right? They might be entitled per the contract to the deposit, but they also might want to be a human being and give the money back. And that's okay too. They don't have to take it, right? They can give it back. So there are, in many cases, what does the contract say? What does the law say? And then what's the best practice, right? Like what should we do? And that happens a lot in this. Okay.
And
Yes.
there's still a requirement, I think, to notice the party when you do the process, right?
So yeah, so in command, all of you maybe by now have seen the checklists from a buyer side and a seller side that I want to see proof of delivery of the deposit to the escrow agent. I don't want to see a copy of a check. I don't want to see any of that. I want to see proof of delivery to the escrow agent. And the reason for that is, as agents, you are on the hook for not notifying the other side once you know or should have known that a deposit is not delivered in accordance with contract timelines. So that requirement is not me being overbearing and micromanaging. That is me protecting you. Okay. So yes, thank you for that reminder.
Can you go over the other times when a seller can keep the security deposit?
Well, the seller can pursue the earnest money deposit when a buyer defaults.
So like in like contingencies when they default on.
So if they don't have a contingency and they try to get out of the contract and they don't go to closing.
But what if they have contingency?
Okay, so if a buyer has a contingency, that means that the buyer is given a period of time by the seller to do something and then get out of the contract and get their money back. That's what a contingency is. So you missed the part in the beginning of the class where I stressed that contingencies are all about earnest money deposits.
Okay.
That's all they're about. It's a timeline to do something related to getting your earnest money deposit back. It has nothing to do with getting to the closing table. It's all about EMDs. You guys are learning a lot of my soapbox moments. We may have to have like a Jeopardy in one of the categories is name Shannon soapbox moments, right?
Hey Shannon,
Yes.
question. So say for example, on the EMD, you put 4 days after date of ratification to deliver the deposit. So you're
Mhm.
saying if a buyer does not deliver that by the 4th day, I guess it's on me as an agent to, I'm confused. Like what am I supposed to do? Sorry.
Okay,
Amazing.
so, yep, so let me back up for a minute. So our job, once the contract is ratified, our job as agents is to help our clients adhere to the promises that they've made in the contract. Okay, that is our job at that point. So if the contract says 4 days from date of ratification, if we're on the buyer side, what we're doing from the time of offer is reminding our client, okay, as soon as we're ratified, you have 4 days to get this delivered to the title company, and we're working with Universal Title, then we probably should have them already download the Zaka app on their phone before we make the offer, because if we're working with the buyer, they're going to ratify at some point. So they're going to need this app at some point, right? So have it on their phone already, so that as soon as they are ratified, they know that they have to take a picture of the check, okay, and send it off. I do want to make a point that I didn't a minute ago where it said bank wired funds or a check. ACHs are not allowed. ACH transfers to escrow accounts are not allowed, and they will be rejected by the bank that holds the escrow account. Okay, so an ACH transfer is not, it is not one of the things. It's only a wire. So it's easier for the clients to write a check and take a picture with that Zaka app. So it is our responsibility to be staying on our client to make sure that they deliver that on time. A lot of the title companies, including Universal Title, you guys will hear me talk about Universal Title a lot because they're our partner for a reason. They do so many of the things that I need done, right? To help you guys and to help our clients. So Universal Title will put into their system, Qualia, your email address, the other agent's email address. They'll send a receipt to both parties, right? Listing agent and buyer's agent, you're going to get it. There are other title companies that will do the same thing, right? As soon as the EMD is received and processed, it's going to email both listing agent and buyer's agent. They're pulling it right from the contract. Okay, so as a listing agent, if on day 4, because it says 4 days, you haven't heard anything from the title company chosen by that buyer, you're going to reach out to that title company and say, hey, did you get the EMD? And if they say yes, and you say, great, could you send me a receipt of some kind or even an email that confirms you have it, right? An email from the title company that confirms the amount and the date they received it is okay with me. You save it as a PDF, you upload it into Command, we're good. right? So it is our job on both sides to watch that timeline. Okay, does that answer your question? Okay. Settlement. We're getting into the time of year, this like summertime, and then from November 1st to January 3rd, where I look at these dates carefully when I'm reviewing the contracts, when they come in, because you guys aren't looking at the dates when you submit offers, okay? We have lots of holidays, and these holidays are not dates that we can have settlements. And this section says that if the settlement date falls on a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday, then the settlement will be on the prior business day. So it doesn't push out to the next day, it's actually earlier, which is not a good thing for lenders usually, because they lose time, right? They need these extra days, they're not prepared. There's this thing that has to be disclosed called a closing disclosure, that there has to be a waiting period, 3 days from the time that the lender sends out the CD to the buyer acknowledges receipt. It's not just delivery, it's the buyer going in and clicking, acknowledging receipt of this closing disclosure, which is the closest to the final fees, if you will, that are going to be on the settlement statement. 3 days can kill a deal if you're moving it up, right? From, you think it's going to be Tuesday, but it's really Friday. And the disclosure went out on Wednesday. Okay, so be careful of your dates. Look at a calendar before you put in a settlement date. Also, for the lender's benefit, look at it to see how many holidays fall in the middle, because they close on holidays. They're not like us where we're 24/7. The loan officer might be, but the underwriters are not. The closing department is not. Okay, so if there are multiple holidays that fall in the middle, make sure they have enough time to get the loan done. This blank right here, so it says that the buyer and seller will make full settlement in accordance with the terms of the contract on or with mutual consent before settlement date. This is a date. There are no words that go in here. I do not want to see 30 days from ratification. I do not want to see anything that has words. I only want to see a date. Okay, do not get creative. When it says with mutual consent means sign an addendum. Buyers and sellers have a meeting of the minds that we're changing the date. Okay, questions on that? Okay, this next section that's in bold has to be in the contract, and it's the notice that says, hey, listing agent, hey, seller, stop trying to make the buyer use your title company because you're not allowed. Okay, that's what it says. It says that the buyer may not waive their right to choose who the title company is. Their settlement agent that represents the transaction. They don't represent the buyer, they represent the transaction, is chosen by the buyer. Okay. It says that the buyer agrees to contact the settlement agent within 10 days of ratification to schedule settlement. I think this is like a long time, right? You're sending the contract over immediately as the agent. You are sending it immediately. The way that I interpret this, where it says the buyer agrees to contact settlement agent within 10 days, is that the buyer personally will speak to the settlement agent to make sure that the settlement agent has everything they need from the buyer in order to get that closing time scheduled and on the books. Okay, so the buyer has to provide information like confirm how they want to take title. If there's 2 people, are you married? Are you not? Are you taking it tenants by the entirety or joint tenants? If you're not married, is it right of survivorship? What's your social security number? Do you want a survey? Like all of these different things. Do you want the enhanced title insurance policy? Different things that the buyer personally has to speak to the title company about. So that's how I interpret 10 days. This is not, you have 10 days to get the title company to open their file. Because remember, back in the earnest money deposit section, it's a lot less than 10 days, and you want your buyer to have their money attached to some file, right? So you want the title company to know where it goes, okay? Now remember, just like last week, I'm not reading everything for you guys. I want you guys to read the whole contract later and then ask me questions. I'm highlighting certain things. Laura.
So recently I've had a seller who does a lot of business with the settlement company. So he just sold a property to the buyer. Buyer got to pick their settlement company, but he wants to use his for his portion. That's still allowed.
Okay, so the question was about, can a seller still use a different settlement company? Yes, kind of. So the rule has not changed for all of these years. Okay, what was happening was the rule was being broken, and it was being broken in a way that was causing risk to the settlement agent that was listed in the contract. So here is the actual rule. The buyer's selected settlement agent is the only settlement agent that's allowed to work on the transaction. And there are a list of 16 things, which I'm not going to list all of them out to you because it doesn't really matter, right? But there's certain things that that one settlement agent has to do. This includes paying off liens, recording the deed, right? Handling, you know, the release of liens, those types of things, okay? A seller can choose to have representation by an attorney to review their documents. There are certain things, just a few, that the buyer's designated settlement agent can allow another party to do, such as prepare the deed. Only an attorney can prepare the deed. So there could be a situation where the seller's chosen attorney actually prepares the deed with permission from the buyer settlement agent. There's very few things other than reviewing the documents and sitting at the table to answer questions, right? And then sending the documents over to the buyer's title company, okay? So what was happening is in certain areas of Virginia, the designated settlement agent was actually allowing another settlement agent to be involved and delegating too many activities. And so this became convoluted. So when a seller wants to have their settlement somewhere else, it is with a law firm, it is not with a title company. So if we're representing the seller and they're not comfortable with whomever the buyer has chosen, we would not be putting seller to use universal title anywhere, okay, because it's not negotiable. We would just be sending an email later to let whatever that title company is know that the Mason law firm is representing the seller, okay, and we have to do that immediately. We did talk about this last week, I think, and it is worth mentioning again. If at all possible, obviously this is a reasonable request, right? That everything he does is with this other company, so he has a relationship with the attorney and the other company. That makes sense. We don't want to get into the habit of causing split settlements, right? For the sake of causing split settlements. We want to try to facilitate this to be as easy as possible. So if it's a company that's reputable, that we know is going to do a good job, there are lots of companies that do good jobs. If the buyer's have picked them, then allow our sellers to use them, right? And if there's a situation where they haven't, then we have David Robertson, who, you know, is the attorney for the Mason Law Firm, right? John McLaurin down in Fredericksburg, who's an attorney for the Mason Law Firm, to help us, okay? Does that make sense to everybody on that whole thing? So Laura, that was a long story, but yes, he can hire the attorney for that settlement company to represent him, but all of the funds are still going to go through the buyer's settlement agent. Yep. Okay, any questions on that? Okay. Moving on. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I am checking to see whose camera's on or not on. It's just my thing now. I don't like teaching to names. I love the fact that all of you are in. So thank you. You all get bonus points. All right, down payment. Down payment says that the down payment will be paid on or before settlement date with certified funds, cashier's check, or bank wired funds. An assignment of funds cannot be used without prior consent of seller. So assignment of funds we'll talk about with home sale contingency, but basically what this means is that the buyer needs funds from the sale of their home, and it hasn't funded to be able to then wire and be in the bank account. And so that title company has documentation that says that they are going to send the funds over just as soon as they're available. And so they've assigned the funds directly to this other transaction. They're not going to go through the bank account of the individual and then go to the title company. Delivery. Okay. This paragraph is not related to HOA and condo docs. This paragraph is related to normal correspondence of addendums and notices. So in this paragraph, you have where do you want correspondence going for the seller and where do you want correspondence going for the buyer? It should be the agents. If there's a transaction coordinator, you can add the transaction coordinator or admin in that section. It should be email, and it should be the agents and whomever else on the team is working on the transaction. This should not be your clients in this section, okay? Do not leave the seller section blank. The last document in our packet today is an offer information sheet that is similar to that listing information sheet that we went over last week. Okay, so if you guys have seen this offer information sheet today, think back to what the listing information sheet looked like, and it had the place for the agent's contact information for delivery, right? So if it's not there, then just put the seller's email address that's in bright. Just put something there because it defaults to the mailing address, the physical property address, where you would have to send all addendums and all notices for it to be considered delivered. So when you have something that's important, you don't want to have to take it to the property. Residential Property Disclosure Act, we're not going to get into today because we talked about that ad nauseum last week. Just remember that that one-page disclosure is going to be signed by the seller first. It should be in the disclosures tab of Bright. You should be able to pull that with lead-based paint disclosure if required, so that your client can sign and include it with the offer that goes to the seller. If it's not there, do not have your buyer sign the document before the seller signs. What you can do, if you've called the agent, of course, because everybody's calling the listing agent before they submit an offer. Okay, nobody's just submitting an offer. Nobody is just submitting an offer before you've spoken to the listing agent. And you've asked the agent and they don't send it, you may include a blank one. Okay, that your client has not signed, but it's like encouragement to the other side. Hey, you have to sign this. So then they sign it and they deliver it back. as a counteroffer format for your client to sign. Okay, the only exceptions where you don't need the deed for disclosure, remember, is court-ordered sale, or sometimes there are situations where it's like an estate where an attorney or someone who has never been to the property would not have any actual knowledge of anything that would have to be disclosed, would be exempt. For the most part, every transaction you're going to work on is going to require the disclosure. A lot of the time now, executors are relatives, could be a kid, one of the children that grew up in the house, it could, you know, another family member, the trust, the trustee lives in the house, you know, so those are required. Lucia, you have a question.
Yes, so if they don't have it online, we on MLS, we send the blank one, and then we check the residential disclosure at the bottom of the sales contract, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Because it's included in the offer, right? And you can fill in the address and the legal description. You just aren't going to have your client sign it. Pam, you have a question.
Yeah, sure. Also,
Can you say that again? You were
about if it's not there, if the seller signed it and they that
You are breaking up. Can you type the question for me? Because I'm not able to get the full question to know which disclosure you're talking about. I'm going to watch for Pam's question to come through in the chat.
So in that case, until they send the disclosure back, your buyer signs it. You can't ratify this because it's required.
Correct. You're no. Okay. So yes and no. So if you cannot get this document, and you don't remember to send it or whatever, right? Or you're on the listing side and the buyer doesn't include it in their offer, and everyone signs, and there's a ratification date. It's voidable up until 3 days after delivery of this disclosure. So that you can't void obviously after settlement, right? But so it goes up until the settlement date. So that it's very important that we have this deed-for disclosure in the contract. Pam, yes, that includes lead-based paint as well. Yes, you can include the blank document, and then they would initial and sign where appropriate, and then your client is acknowledging the information that they're providing on that. Yes.
What do you mean the 3 days before? Like,
So if there is no deed for disclosure provided, the buyer, it's just like with the HOA docs. They can void if the deed for disclosure was not provided.
but within 3 days of ratification.
3 days of the deed for, if the deed for disclosure is not provided prior to ratification, the buyer can void up until 3 days after they've been given this disclosure. Yeah, so that's why it's important that as listing agents, we put it in the MLS, that we make sure that it's attached and signed to our contracts. Okay. Pam, do you still have a question, or is that your hand up from before? Okay, awesome. All right. The next sections are on the Property Owners Association Act. So this is your HOA disclosures and your condo disclosures. So our sellers, remember we talked about in the listing agreement that we are ordering the HOA disclosure packets on their behalf at the time of listing, so that as soon as we send the email that says, hey, yay, we're ratified, the next email is, here's your resale disclosure package. So the 3 days starts as soon as you are ratified. I promise you that you are the professionals when you do that. If you are not delivering these HOA docs and condo docs until day 20, you are not the professional, and the other side knows it. Okay, so do it on day 0 that you're delivering. Okay, ratification date is day 0 when it comes to timelines. The seller is required by the statute, okay, so that's the law in Virginia, to remedy all violations. If they don't remedy the violations and provide a cure letter before closing, the buyer can walk away on the day of closing. They can't walk away beforehand, but they can walk away on the day of closing. So again, it's very important that we get those resale documents early so that these HOAs that are on power trips, which we all know which ones they are, our sellers can deal with the issues that the association has created and get the cure letter so that we don't have anything to worry about, okay? You also can have a plan if the HOA comes back with something ridiculous that you just can't address, okay? As an example, we sold my townhouse in January. January went on the market, and we got the disclosure packet beginning of January. And one of the things that Ashburn Farm, which is one of the notoriously absurd HOAs, had on there was power wash the side of the house. Okay, Ashburn Farm, tell me which company will come and power wash my house, yes, in January, and I will have them come. So we had disclosed it up front to the buyers, and the buyers were like, okay, that's stupid, we'll power wash the house in the spring, right? So we had it written into the contract, right? Like, it wasn't a big deal, but we had a plan, right? Because we had that already. It wasn't like a surprise later, and then the buyers were like, oh, we want a credit for this $300 is going to cost to power wash the house, right? It was already negotiated up front. And it was a multiple offer situation, so that made it easier, right? But when a buyer feels like they're getting, taken advantage of after ratification, it's very different than when you can tell them up front. If the package is incomplete, it is still considered delivered. It's a weird part. It's a weird part of the way the statute is written. Remember, they still haven't invited me to Richmond yet. Okay, one day. The statute says that there are certain things that are required to be in this package. Okay, there's a resale disclosure form, there's the inspections, there's the amount of the fees, blah, 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 okay? You have to have the minutes from the last meeting, you have to have a budget, architectural guidelines, etc. There's a list that are required to be in this packet. But if any of it's missing, it's still considered delivery. So then how is it required to be in the packet? Okay, doesn't make any sense. So you have a couple of options. You can use the document that is the extension of the HOA review period, okay, that can extend for up to 4 days, for a total of 7 days for the review to try to get those documents to see whether everything's good before your buyer decides to void. Or your buyer can void within those 3 days, or they can just hope for the best and take it. Again, it's bizarre, but any portion of the documents being delivered is considered delivery. And it's delivery, not receipt. Yes, Jessica.
Buyer gets like a technically delivered packet, but it's missing information. They can void just because they don't like that. It's not all.
Yeah, so yes, that's a great question. So Jess is asking about, what triggers the ability to void. So the HOA review period and condo review period is a get out of jail free card. This is the buyer's remorse time period, if you will, where the buyer can just have changed their mind and go buy the house next door. And it doesn't matter. It can be for any reason or no reason. It doesn't matter. When they void, they don't actually have to cite the reason, they just have to cite the paragraph that this is my right to void. They don't have to say why. So the 3-day review period starts when any portion of the package is delivered, not received. not acknowledgement of receipt. It is when it's delivered. So the buyers can void between ratification up until 3 days after delivery. So if you're on day 15 and there's still no documents and your buyer's like, I did the home inspection with right to void only and I didn't void, but now I'm rethinking it, I want out, they can just void because they haven't gotten the HOA docs yet. Okay, so is any reason or no reason at all? Anya, you had your hand up. Did I answer the question?
No, not yet. I guess I had a question. If there's two HOAs, let's say if it's a condo and it has the master association and then the condo association, does the delivery with the incompleted package, does delivery start from either one being sent, or because it's a dual HOAs, they're treated separately?
Yeah, they're treated separately. So it's delivery of the last one. So if the first one's incomplete and the second one hasn't been delivered yet, then you still have the rescission period because the second one hasn't been delivered.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Laura.
I had a similar question. There was a condo in Alexandria that had a property owner association and then the condo association. The other agent, neither one of us knew that it was in a property owner. So the contract only had the condominium act check. And I didn't find out until later that you're missing half of them. If I ended up getting them delivered, but if I hadn't, since it wasn't checked, even though there was one, would we have been in trouble?
Yeah, so, okay, so that's a good question. Laura said, what happens if you don't know that the condo is in an HOA? And so the box isn't checked that it's in an HOA and only the condo. So the statute supersedes the contract and the delivery of the package still has to occur. They still have to deliver. So even though it wasn't marked, it still exists. So they still have to deliver. Yeah, so that's a very good question. Yes.
If I may. So in a scenario where, let's say, an incomplete package or perhaps a package with some other information that gets delivered starts at 3 o'clock, if additional documents are provided by the seller's agent or the buyer's agent, does that restart the 3 o'clock?
No.
Okay.
The clock starts when the initial information of the package is delivered.
Okay.
Now you can use that document to extend up to a total of 7 days, but that's it.
Okay. That's good. I had, we had gotten for one listing association packet where they had a 2-year outdated certificate of insurance and also found that the annual renewal was several months late. So I was contacted the board.
Sure.
CCNC or something like that, and also calling the insurance company to get that data document. So I just got to thinking I made it cause a problem starting at 3 o'clock.
Right. The clock does not start over when additional information is provided. Okay, who has their hand up? Go ahead and just unmute. I can't. Scrolling through, I don't see who has their hand up.
I have a question about where does it say that the repairs have to be completed by the homeowners association? With the home?
In the title paragraph, when we get there, I'll point that out.
Okay, thank you.
So in the sections for the HOA and condo, it says for delivery of the packet or notice of non-availability of the packet, the buyer prefers delivery at blank if electronic or blank if hard copy. Both of these lines need to be filled in. Okay, our contract used to say which the buyer preferred to receive it. So like the buyer was choosing, I want it electronic or I want it in paper. But in practice, we should already have the package long before this offer is made, right? So the buyer doesn't get to choose, I want it on paper, and then the seller have to reorder the documents in a paper form because it came electronic or vice versa. So here it's saying where to deliver the packet if it's available electronically or if it's available hard copy. So you fill in both. Now this section for delivery should be your client's email address and your email address. It stresses me out more than anything, you know, when I review contracts and it only has your email address here. Because delivery has occurred. Yeah, delivery has occurred when it came to you. And you might not have seen it. So I want it to go to your clients and you. And the reason I want it both is because then when your client sees this list of violations, right, and they be like, oh my gosh, what is all this? Or they have a question, and you have a copy of it also. The other piece is that when the list of violations is on there, you can send a really sweet note to the listing agent and say, wow, that HOA is tough. Please let me know how it's going for your seller to get these remedied, right? So you are implying that they know their job, right? And that it's going to get done. And if they don't know their job, you've just brought their attention to the fact that, oh, I might want to take a look at this, right? We might want to do something. And once upon a time ago, I had a situation where an agent told me, I was a buyer's agent, because we did the home inspection basically with right to void only, and we didn't void, that the HOA violations didn't have to be resolved. And I was like, what? And this agent had been in business for super long time. And she told me, oh, well, you're a newer agent than me. That's why you know more than I do. I'm like, no, I read the contract. So needless to say, we got the violations taken care of. But it was very frustrating. It was very frustrating. It was a big back and forth because she really didn't know what she was doing, and her broker had to get involved. And she also had to give a credit to my seller. Because it was a lot. Yes.
So when I sold my house out of this area, I ended up calling you because it's an option. It was an optional HOA, and I didn't have to put it in MLS like that because it wasn't a recognized HOA. But it took me days to find the right person to call in Richmond to find out whether or not they were registered, where I had to give them the documents.
Yeah.
In this area, is that common or rare?
It's rare in this area to not be able to find who the registered HOA is. We only have a handful of small HOAs or small, you know, civic associations is essentially what yours was. Yeah. Yeah. There's only a handful of them. So for the most part, you're not going to have that trouble. But yeah, I mean, we have one right now that the seller is the president of the board. There's like 5 houses, and he doesn't have any idea what the answers are to half the questions that are supposed to be on the disclosure. So he's working on it, but it's tough because he's really the responsible party, and he doesn't know. But it's very rare. It's very rare. So for the hard copy of the documents, it needs to go to their home address, not to you. Okay, it needs to go to their address. Okay, and so that's the same for both those. Now, property and maintenance, condition and inspections. This is a section that changed January 1st and changed significantly. And this was in an effort to address agents writing in the other terms at the end of the contract, home inspection for information only. Well, there's no such thing. So there were a lot of risks associated with that because home inspection for information only, well, great. What does that mean? Who are you going to bring? You're going to bring in, you know, your father-in-law who's just handy, not licensed. What happens if he breaks the hot water heater or leaves water running or whatever? Are you just going to go do it yourself? Like, what does that mean? Home inspection. There were no rules around it when it just said home inspection for information only. And my firm belief is that we should not get creative outside of what the choices are that are given here in the contract. Hi, David. You could come in here and listen. David wants to be a broker.
I told you, I have all the classes I have. All I need.
Yeah. You know you want
I
to.
know what I need to know and I know what I don't want to know.
Don't you want to know everything?
And I need to think.
Yeah.
This might get out of jail free card.
Okay. You may have used up your
Maybe.
just kidding. I still save all of you. So we have fill in the blanks so that everybody's on the same playing field, right? Agents are not attorneys, so we shouldn't be drafting a lot of language. And we don't, as an industry, understand the implications of what we're writing in most cases. So if you have a unique situation and you think you want to write something, come to me and we'll talk about it and see whether or not we need to write it, because it might actually be in the pre-printed language already somewhere in a document, or we'll write it up so that it makes sense, right? So that the if-then scenario actually follows through. So this paragraph says that except otherwise specified in this contract, the seller is going to deliver the property free and clear of trash and debris, broom clean, right? Doesn't mean they have to have cleaners come in, scrub the inside of the oven and scrub the toilets. It's nice when they do that, but that's not what the contract says. And in substantially the same physical condition as of date of offer, date of home inspection, or other. You know, we used to have settlement date in there. Thank goodness we took it out. If no date is selected, then it defaults to date of offer. Seller will have all utilities in service through settlement. Okay, so what's the difference between date of offer, date of home inspection, or whatever other random date you choose? Now, I will fully admit, Steve Gaskins and I go round and round about which box you should choose. I don't care which box you choose. You can choose what Steve likes, and I'm going to explain why he likes it. And I'm going to explain why I like my box. And you can decide which one you like better and explain to your clients. And it's not going to hurt my feelings. I'm not going to reject your contract if I see you choose the one that Steve likes more than the one that I like. Okay, so I like date of offer. Steve likes date of home inspection. So date of home inspection is Steve's favorite because when there's a home inspection, there's photos, there's evidence of the condition of the items that are being checked. Okay, so for Steve, it's easier to prove when you're going to the walkthrough if something isn't working the same way because of you have the home inspection. Okay, I get it. It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. I used to write date of home inspection for a long time. I changed my mind a few years ago to date of offer. And the reason for this isn't just because buyers are waiving home inspections. It's because, to me, date of offer is the last time, it's the closest to the last time that the client saw the home. And there are things that could happen between the offer and the home inspection that may not be clearly negotiated on a home inspection contingency that a buyer is going to expect to be addressed. Also, there's not much proof out in the land of courts that there would be a big difference between date of offer, date of home inspection in the condition of something, and then have it be a different condition at settlement. What do I mean by that? So you choose date of offer, and then you have a home inspection. And the microwave's working. And then you go to settlement and the microwave's not working. And they say, well, prove to me that it was working on the date of offer. Well, the theory there from many attorneys is that why would it not be working at the date of offer, which is before your home inspection, and then magically be working at the home inspection, and then not be working when you go to settlement for your final walkthrough, right? That doesn't make sense. So you actually gain time by saying date of offer for things that could go wrong, right, to be remedied. So here's my example. A storm comes through, tears off the siding on the side of the house between the date of offer and the date of your home inspection. Seller says, no problem, I'm going to call my insurance company and we're going to get this taken care of. We got it. Home inspection. Now this is when you, okay, never mind. So the scenario is they takes all the siding off the side of the house. You go to your home inspection. Home inspector marks that all the siding is missing from the side of the house. Okay. Other things come up, minor things, whatever. You negotiate to have, you know, the HVAC cleaned and inspected, and all of the repairs that are suggested by the HVAC company done. Okay, you can't just say clean and serviced. Okay, so you have to be very clear on what your expectation is, right? So there's a couple of things that you negotiate. But you don't say anything about the siding because the seller's already said, I'm calling my insurance company, we're getting this taken care of, no big deal, right? It's not on this HICRA. So week goes by, agent calls, listing agent was like, just wanted to check in, see, you know, how it's going with the insurance claim. Oh yeah, they're working on it, gonna get, you know, the contractors out, blah, blah, blah. Getting closer to closing and there's still no siding on the house. Buyer's agent calls listing agent and says, hey, you know, we're getting closer to closing. I can't get the clear to close till we have the siding on the house because the appraisal, you know, showed that there wasn't any siding on the house. You know, what do we do? And the agent's like, oh yeah, I meant to call you. My seller's deductible is $10,000 and they decided they don't want to pay it. Well, we have two scenarios here. One is that you checked date of offer and there was siding on the house at the date of offer. So the seller has to pay their deductible and deliver the house in substantially the same physical condition, which means the siding gets on the house. Second scenario is date of home inspection, where the home inspector noted that there was no siding on the house. So they don't have to pay their $10,000 deductible. So now you see why I like one versus the other. I just think in this time of our lives, when people do not always do the right thing, they do not even honor their commitments in the contracts, things are very hard, that we have to be even more careful. And so many of you get to see this all the time from me. I don't know if you guys can see it, where it says, because I said I would, I wear it all the time. I've worn it for years. At a KW event, Mo Anderson brought a speaker who started this. And it's to remind me, I remind my kids all the time, we say we're gonna do something, we do it, right? Our word matters. And that's not the world we live in. So we have to think about what the implications are when we talk to our clients, right? And it really truly is up to our clients, right? Which box is checked. So when we used to have date of settlement on here, you know what date of settlement meant? It meant it didn't really matter what happened from the time you were ratified to closing. They could trash the house and it didn't matter, right? That would only be used properly in a situation where it was a tear down or an investor who didn't care. They were like, just get out. You wouldn't use date of settlement in a regular transaction. All right, I saw a couple of hands go up. I don't know if hands are still up, but go ahead and unmute and ask your questions.
I have a question about if you are going to do the day that the contract was ratified, should you be taking pictures? I mean, with your buyers, I mean, to kind of protect yourself. I mean,
there's pictures in the listing.
And use those. You have a right. You can use those as.
Well, that's what you would use, right? Is the pictures in the listing to show that a certain condition. The other thing is that there are more things that are condition related than just what's checked in the home inspection. So the home inspection doesn't cover everything, right? I had 1 year. I will never forget. This was before I started to set boundaries. I still don't really set them very well. This is when you get cranky, Shannon, is when you call me when I should have set boundaries and not answer my phone, and I answer it anyway. So that's when you get cranky, Shannon. I got a phone call at 9 o'clock at night on Christmas Eve. Oh, yes. And it was a walkthrough issue. Now, we all know that the walkthrough did not happen at 9 o'clock on Christmas Eve. So you're right? Like, why are you calling me at 9 o'clock on Christmas Eve? So the buyer, we represented the buyer, and the buyer was upset about some like fading or something on the wood floor. Okay, and the response that I got from the agent, our agent, was that it wasn't like that during the home inspection. Okay, so I'm like, fine, send me the home inspection. Let me look and see if I can figure it out from the home inspection pictures. And of course I couldn't. The home inspector's photos are not great to begin with, right? But let me tell you, I pulled up the listing photos, and sure enough, I found the fading. I found the issue was already there when they ratified the contract. So it wasn't an issue. I was like, I'm sorry, but it wasn't an issue. So the moral to that story is that the listing photos can be good for things like that, because it shows more than just the underside of a hot water heater, right? Or the rust that's on the top to the pipes that are going in. All right, so the next part of this says, is the contract contingent on the inspection? Yes or no? Now, this doesn't mean that they're not allowed to go in for an inspection. We have that addressed a little further down. This means, is it contingent? So is the buyer going to have a chance to negotiate for repairs? Is the buyer going to have a chance to walk away? That's what a contingency is. Now, this is on any inspections, home inspection or otherwise. So they might not have a contingency, for the home inspection, but they might have a contingency for well and septic. So you would check yes if they are doing well in septic, but they're not doing a home inspection, because it says here contract is contingent upon home inspection and or other inspections of property. Okay. If the buyer waives the opportunity to make the contract contingent on the home inspection, so your buyer still might want to do an inspection, but they're not going to have the ability to void or negotiate for repairs, you check the next one. Now, another soapbox moment. If your client is not going to negotiate for repairs or back out, why can't they just wait until they own the house to do their inspection? Why do they need to do it during the contract period? It's because they're going to be sneaky, especially if it's in an HOA, right? They're going to try to get in, do the inspection, see if there's something they want to negotiate about, try to negotiate it anyway, and say, well, I'm just going to void on HOA docs if you don't do what I say. right? It's a sneaky thing. I don't like it. But we've put it in here because it's what happens, right? It's the practice of the agent. So instead of allowing the agents to write all their ridiculous language and have no rules and, you know, it's the wild, wild west, we added language. So if the contract is contingent, the seller will provide broker, buyer, and inspector, right? So agent, buyer, and inspector, reasonable access to conduct the inspections. Okay, so if you have a home inspection contingency, you have a period of time to conduct all of your inspections that are not related to another contingency. So if you have a well and septic contingency, you have your own timeline on that. Your home inspection contingency period is for things like chimney and elevator and roof and regular home inspection. All of that has to fit in whatever time period you put in that contingency, okay? If the contract is not contingent on the home inspection.
Shannon, can you repeat that again? The difference between the septic and well home inspection timeline?
Yeah, we'll talk about it in detail when we get to that contingency. If the contract is not contingent on the home inspection, the seller will not provide access to anyone for the purpose of conducting an inspection, except for the walkthrough inspection, unless this box is checked that's in bold, that says the seller will provide the buyer and licensed professional insured inspector retained by the buyer reasonable access to conduct the inspection in this window of time. Okay, so it has to be an insured licensed inspector, and there's a period of time that they can go in. Now, why is there a period of time? Okay, well, this is for the HOA doc nonsense. Okay, so this is how you put in that it's happening after the HOA docs are delivered. So a listing agent should know whether or not they have the HOA docs to deliver as soon as the contract is ratified, right? So you're not going to put in here that the time period begins at ratification and ends whatever the date is 5 days later, right? It's dates that go in here because you're in the HOA period. If you're a listing agent, you have not ordered the HOA docs and you're ordering them the day of ratification and you order them on a rush, you have to have them within 14 days. That's the rule, okay? So you would probably start this timeline on day 18 after the review period, maybe day 17, right? So it would be whatever the date is on day 17 to day whatever, however much time you want to give that, right? So you can't, again, put words in here. You can't say 3 days after, from, you know, 3 days after delivery of HOA docs, review period, like it's too complicated, right? You just pick dates. Now, if you put ratification date and settlement date, okay, what does that mean? Well, that means at any time during the contract period is when the inspections could be. So if you're a buyer's agent and you put that, well, you've just kind of hurt your seller or your buyer, because the seller could say, great, between ratification date and closing date, perfect. You can come the day before closing and do your inspections, right? That wasn't the intention, but that's what happened, right? Is you just left all of this time open for the seller to say, no, sorry, it's not a good day. Sorry, that's not a good day either, but here's a good day, and it's the day before closing. So think about what it means before you fill in the sections. Yes, Laura.
I've never run into that, and I'm just wondering why, as a listing agent, like at what point would you ever say yes? What would be an example?
Okay, so Laura's asking what would be an example on why would you would say yes to this? Okay, so I believe that every buyer should do an inspection, period. So as a listing agent, as I'm talking to my sellers, what I'm saying is, even though it's a buyer beware state, and Mr. Seller, you don't have to disclose anything, pretty much, it's still better to have given the opportunity to the buyer to do their inspection, to find out anything that they think they could find out, so that in 6 months, when the air conditioner breaks, they don't come back and say, oh, you hid something, you knew it wasn't working, and you didn't tell us, and you didn't let us have an inspection. So I think that buyers should always have an inspection. And what this does in this section is it allows them to have an inspection without the ability contractually to negotiate or walk away. So that would be why a seller would agree to it. Now the next part says, regardless of whether the contract is contingent upon inspections or not, the seller and broker, I'm sorry, the seller will provide the broker and buyer, right? Buyer and agent. When they say broker, it's really the agent. Reasonable access for walkthrough inspections within 7 days prior to settlement. Okay. On the HICRA, which we are going to review tomorrow, I will point out where it says, if there are repairs that are negotiated on the HICRA, that the buyer can bring back their inspector. What this says right here is the inspector and inspector is not automatically allowed to come for the walkthrough. This says that the buyer and their agent can come for the walkthrough. So the HICRA is what allows an inspector to come back in during a walkthrough, and it's to check on those items that were negotiated. So this was also something that was a little scammy, right? Is, oh, we'll waive our inspection and then we'll bring an inspector with us at the final walkthrough, and then we'll come up with all these things that are wrong. Well, we cleaned it up. Possession date. Unless otherwise agreed to, possession date is settlement, and keys, mailbox keys, key fobs, codes, digital keys will all be turned over. Seller will also transfer exclusive control of any smart devices to buyer at settlement. Yes, you guys remember from last week, the whole smart device issue was a thing. It's a thing. So we had to clarify it. Same thing with key fobs and codes and such that sellers didn't want to turn over. If seller fails to do so and occupies property beyond settlement, seller will be a tenant at sufferance. That generally doesn't happen without a post-settlement occupancy, so you guys will understand that. And a post-settlement occupancy, they're still a tenant at sufferance. Really, they're a holdover occupant. They're not a tenant, right? It's not a landlord-tenant relationship. Okay. Utilities. This is where the listing side has told the buyer side what the utilities are, right? This is the paragraph from the listing agreement where it says, is it public water or is it a well? Is the hot water oil, gas, electric, or other, right? If it's propane, if it's a propane tank, it's going to be other, and you're going to put propane. Air conditioning, same thing. Heating, same thing. Is there a septic system or is it public, and how many bedrooms? Is it perked for? Conveyances. Oh, Pam, you have a question.
Yeah, sorry, I have to ask a lot of questions, but going back to if you had a problem with that, they bought a house and it was tenant occupied and their lease was expired and they won't move out. You have to go by law and go to court to get them out of there?
So if there was if there was a tenant in there and the buyer goes to closing and the tenant's still there, then the landlord is really now the buyer. And yes, you have to go through the eviction process based on the lease that was in place previously.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm directing everyone who's taking a listing that has a tenant in the property that if you are selling this property not as an investment property, so you're not advertising it as, hey, I have this great investment potential that comes with a renter, right? That the tenant vacate prior to the home going on the market. This is not a KW United policy yet. However, I would like everyone to follow this direction. And I have been saying it since COVID started. With the eviction moratoriums and some other things that were happening, it has come up more than you know, where tenants just don't move out. And the buyer who thinks they're moving in has their truck loaded up and ready, becomes a landlord and has to evict someone, and they weren't ready. So please, as a listing agent, don't be that guy or girl that turns over a property to a buyer in that way. And tenants have they have no skin in the game. They have no interest in presenting the property to look nice and to let people in and those types of things. So it's actually going to be better to have it vacant. Karen, you have your hand raised.
I thought that if you had a tenant and they had a lease and it's beyond when you want to sell the property, that their lease stays in place and you can't make them leave.
Yes, that is true. The lease conveys. However, you can mutually agree to it being canceled. So you can let the tenant out of their lease early. Also, the seller might just have to wait.
Okay.
So it's one of two things. Either it goes on the market and advertise that the lease and tenants convey, or the landlord has to wait to go on the market.
Okay. So if the renter doesn't want to move, he can be a stickler and say, hey, I want to stay until my lease is up.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
And if the landlord really has to sell, then it has to be sold to an investor. It can't be sold to an owner occupant. All right. Somebody else have their hand up? I think I saw 2 hands up. Somebody else has a question, just unmute. Oh, Lucia?
Yes, so let's say that it's advertised that there's a tenant and the lease expires or ends June 30th, and closing is scheduled for July 2nd. And we come to closing and we actually do a walkthrough, I don't know, July 1st, and the tenant's still there. Can the buyer say, no, we're not closing until the tenant leaves?
No, they would be in default.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you're in a situation where your buyer wants to buy a home where there's a tenant in place, then my suggestion is you come to me for language that allows the buyer the right to walk away. I have provided language in the past that is very clear, that says that if the property is not vacant by X day, that the buyer has the right to void with no penalty. And so that allows time prior to closing and it gives the buyer the right out. But there's nothing already in the contract that allows that. And so, like, I've seen before agents that will write things like in that scenario, they would write property must be vacant by June 30th. Okay, in your scenario, that's what it would say. Property must be vacant by June 30th. Okay, then what? Right? So that's why it's important to come to me to make sure that I give you all of the language to get to where your client thinks that they're going with that language, right? Because if the property is not vacant by June 30th, well, it's the same as if you didn't write that. You still would have to go to court and you still have to, pursue the seller for breach of a contract term. There's a difference between default and breach of a contract term. So yeah, it's tough when we write things, like we know what we're expecting it to say, but the other side will walk their line, right? As far as they can. And so anyway. All right, I want to get through a couple more sections real quick and then give you guys a break. Because look, we're only on page 7 and 44. Don't worry. Not keeping you all day. Okay, we're not wrapping up early. Personal property and fixtures. So this is from the listing agreements, right? So we had to add things like the smart switches and thermostats and doorbells and whatever. So just as a reminder from last week, we've also added mirrors convey, bathroom mirrors. My goodness gracious. This things that this industry has come to. As a reminder, window shades and window blinds, window treatment hardware, automatic convey because they are attached to the wall. Down here where it says window treatments, this means curtains. This means the fabric curtains, okay? It's very confusing apparently, but that's what it means. Brackets that are on the wall for the TVs to be mounted, those wall mounts convey, but the TV itself does not, right? The TV comes off, does not convey. We have a section in the bottom that has different things listed. Be very careful in this section. I was just reviewing a listing yesterday and I was like, oh boy, there's so many things that are wrong on this. It was in the MLS, so like it wasn't one of you guys. So alarm system, is there one? Yes or no, right? So check the box yes if it's there. If there's not, skip it. Ceiling fan. Write the number of ceiling fans there are, right? You only write the number if there's more than one. When I see you write one next to it, I know that you were one of the people that has your camera off and are not paying attention. And there's a lot of you with your cameras off. Washer dryer, only mark it if it conveys, right? Be very careful. Cooktop, right? That's the burners that are on top of the counter that are not attached to the oven. Okay, the stove or range is the burners, and the oven is a one-piece unit that slides in and out. So don't mark that, yes, there's the stove or range and there's wall ovens and there's a cooktop, because there's probably not. Other conveyances, as is, condition at no additional value for seller convenience. You guys know I took credit for this last week. I'm going to take credit again. So many times extra things like the pool table and you know, maybe pool furniture, if they actually have a pool in their backyard, these things are written in as, you know, additional conveyances, and then a lender comes back and says you got to remove it from the contract, or you got to say it has no value. So I presented to the committee and it was approved that we add this language that says they're already in here, that there's no additional value, so that the lenders and the appraisers don't have to try to give it value, and then it's messes things up on the back end and makes you do more work. Oh yes, Barbara says a riding lawnmower is common, right? Lawn equipment, those types of things, right? Does not convey. Does not convey. First of all, if there's something that does not convey that you can remove it before you list the home, right? The second thing, not as good, but an option, is in marking on here what does not convey from the house that can't be removed ahead of time. Okay, so being very clear about something that's there that does not convey. This might be like a second refrigerator. Okay, so if I've got a refrigerator in my garage because my kids eat too much and I have to buy like 14 gallons of milk at a time, and I would want to take that refrigerator with me. So I can't remove it while I'm still living there. So that's something that would say does not convey, would be garage refrigerator, right?
Shannon, it's interesting because the refrigerator also started, refrigerator transaction. The seller there is only going to convey one refrigerator.
Yes.
It is specified which one. So after the contract was ratified, he was going to switch out the old one to the garage and also the kitchen. So now on the buying side of the transaction, they have specified which refrigerator, which item was going to be kept.
Okay, so well, this is another interesting one. So what Ron said was on a transaction he was working on, there were two refrigerators and only one was conveying, and it wasn't specified which one was conveying. Well, guess what? property being delivered in substantially the same condition as of whatever. If there was a very nice stainless steel refrigerator, high end, you know, one of those fancy LGs that talks to you and watches your kids and washes your clothes and whatever, and then there's like a white, you know, yeah, the beer refrigerator, right, in the garage. Well, if they swap them out, that's not substantially the same condition, would be my argument. So Ron's saying he's gonna make sure he specifies, and yes, specify, and ultimately, I'm gonna get your clients their LG refrigerator that washes their clothes and watches their kids because of the condition that it was in. Lauren, you had a question? Yes.
And again, it's sort of back to the number of, somebody always wants to switch the garage fridge in and take the nice one with them. But how do you, is there a place, or where do you specify like 2 fridges are staying, but we're taking the wine fridge from the basement, but the garage and the kitchen are staying? How would
So in the listing, you would say wine fridge does not convey. In the offer information sheet from the listing, that's how you would say wine fridge does not convey. Another piece that you can do is to put a little note on it that says does not convey. I've seen that happen as well, just to make sure that you are covering everybody. All right, do I have people? Yep, I've got 2 people with hands up. Somebody just unmute. This isn't telling me who has their hands up, so.
Hey Shannon, what about shelf, like, you know, decorative shelves that people have now, you know, attached in bedrooms and stuff like that, that they look like they're a fixture, but yeah, it's, you know, decorative piece that's screwed into the wall.
If it's screwed into the wall, it conveys. And so if they want to take it, then I would make it very clear that it does not convey. But if
Okay,
it's
so
screwed into the wall, it is a fixture.
got it. So have them marked if they're not intending to leave it, mark it clearly on the contract, on the conveyances that it does not convey, or have, and not or, maybe have like a note on it saying does not convey.
Yeah, and in the listing. Because you're likely going to have pictures of that room that include the shelves. And so someone's going to think that they convey. So I would be very clear in the listing.
Thank you.
Okay, so what about holes in the wall where a seller removed pictures? Okay, so here's my rule of thumb on that. Of course, we have to set expectations, right? Especially with our buyers. We can't set the expectations for other buyers. If your seller has like a whole wall full of pictures, I'm going to tell them to take it down and patch and paint before we go on the market, right? But if it's just a normal, you know, amount of pictures here and there, if the nail is left in the wall, you're fine. If there is a hole in the wall, then you are not, because the hole was not there when the contract was ratified, okay, but the nail was. So that is my rule of thumb. So leave the nails. All right, is there another hand up? Okay.
So how about staging, like staging window treatments and things like that? So you specify some of them are not part of the staging and some of them are, and the sellers will, it's going to keep, like they're not going to take them with them, they're going to leave them. So specified again in the listing, and then maybe even in the actual home does not convey and stuff like that. Or
so staging items should never be attached to the property as a fixture. A staging item would be a piece of furniture or a picture that's hung on a frame, or if it's like curtains are on rods, and so the curtains come off the rods. So there would not be an expectation that staging pieces would convey.
but how would the buyers know that it's a staging piece?
Because it's not physically attached to the property.
Okay, so if they check window treatments on the contract, that would be the curtain, right? So
That's the curtain, right? Right. So that means that the seller's leaving their curtain. So if they're not leaving the curtains, if those are for staging, then that needs to be blank. Yeah. Yeah, Jess.
For, like, the smart devices,
Mhm.
I know sometimes they're like physically in the house, but you have to have an account linked with it that has like a subscription.
Mhm.
Let's say the seller's paid for a whole year subscription.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if this would be like in another part of the contract, but would like the seller get money back for like the proration fee for paying like the subscription and having the account paid for the smart device? for the year?
Right. So the question is about smart devices and certain subscriptions that go with the smart devices. So there's a couple of things. If they want to take the smart device with them, then it needs to come down and be replaced with something else before they go on the market. If they are conveying the smart device, they can convey, they would turn over the subscription, and it would go right down here in this next section that talks about leased items and subscriptions. And they would say that, you know, that they've paid for this already and it's through the end of the year, and it just is, you know, wrapped up into their list price and what they agree to. There are times where they can be reimbursed on a item by item basis, but that's not generally the practice. It's if you know that you've paid X amount of dollars, then you need to know that that's just, you know, going to be part of the price. All right, somebody else has their hand raised. Just unmute if you have a question. Like I said, I can't tell who's got their hands raised.
Hi, so Shannon, I just had a really cool question. So since I'm new, and I'm sorry if this is like a silly question, but just as far as like conveyances, I know that, you know, when, like, for instance, you have a client that has like, you know, a refrigerator kind of built into the, you know, the like has like the wood over the refrigerator kind of built into the walling. It just looks really nice. But I mean, the refrigerator, regardless, I'm pretty sure is, you know, it doesn't convey, like it stays in the home. Is that true? And like, for instance, like a TV, again, like if it's built into shelving inside, you know, the wall, that's also stays, or they would need to take it out if they wanted to take it before the it's listed.
Good question. So the refrigerator is one of the optional items. So if they wanted to take the refrigerator, even though it like matches the rest of, you know, the cabinetry, they could take it and say refrigerator does not convey, because maybe they have another house that has the same exact cabinets. A TV is considered personal property, and so that would have to be marked as conveying if it was going to stay, because the TV just pops, you know, on and off. But the refrigerator is one of those things that, because it's an appliance, it's marked on here to say specifically whether or not it conveys.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, fuel tanks is in this section to mark, because fuel tanks, when it's like propane or something like that, most of the time, those tanks are leased and not owned. And in the lease that is between the company and the homeowner, it requires the fuel to be purchased from the company that owns the tank. So that's important to know whether the tank is owned or leased. If it's owned, then the homeowner can buy the fuel from anyone they want. But if it's leased, they're required to buy the fuel from the owner of the tank. And then this next section is the leased items and what kind of service contracts and things that are already on the property. It says that any leased items, service contracts, water treatment systems, lawn contracts, security monitoring do not convey unless there's something agreed to in writing between the buyer and the seller. So this is where you can write in here what's conveyed, right? So sometimes there's a home warranty that's already in place that would automatically convey, or a lawn contract that's already paid through the end of the year, pest control, anything like that, okay? IRS and FERPTA, this is where the disclosure is made on whether or not the seller is a foreign person for tax purposes, because it's the buyer's responsibility to make sure that that withholding happens. And then seller will deliver the property with smoke detectors installed and functioning in accordance with the laws and regulations in Virginia. So this is vague because the laws can change and we don't have to change that paragraph every time. So they have to be, replaced every certain number of years and yada, yada, yada. So we're not going to get into that piece right now. Lead-based paint, was it constructed before 1978? If it was, does your client want to do lead-based paint testing? I've seen it once or twice in my whole career that they actually want to do a risk assessment, lead paint testing. It's very bizarre. If it was constructed before 1978, then there's going to be a disclosure that's attached. Okay, and we are going to stop right there and take a break. It is 2:14. Let's come back at 2:30. Okay, 2:30, and we are going to knock out a bunch. There's a lot of repetitive things in here. I've got 4 financing contingency documents that are essentially the same. So yes, yeah. And it depends on how many questions there are and things like that. Like, yes, yes. So the good news for anybody that's keeping track is that there are 16 pages that are related to the financing contingency. So when it says there that we have 44 pages left, 16 are really related to one topic. So that makes you guys feel
Oh, come on.
Gary.
scary. And I promise I won't keep you till 4 tomorrow. How's that? It won't be 10 of 3.
I can get dinner. It's not gonna send them forth
Mm.
tomorrow.
I don't know that well. No, I probably will still stay later, but you guys have no idea. I'm gonna let you guys out at 4 and then I'm still gonna be here till probably 7. So I love teaching, but then nobody does my job when, yeah, I had 7 missed calls, like in the 2 hours. Yeah. I'm like, first of all of you should be in this class, right?
That means you got room for another call.
Yeah.
I'm doing a dual agent thing, so my full-time job, I do a lot of teaching. And then as soon as we hang up our class, the phone goes off, you know, it's like. I didn't really see that during class. I wanted to ask you this.
Oh, mine happens on Fridays. I do ask the broker, right, Friday 11, and it'll go to like 4:15, and then 12:16 my phone rings, and it's a question from somebody who's not on. Ask the broker about something you were just talking to.
Yeah. 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 I thought I wanted to like. Well, and then it doesn't.
All right, is everybody ready? I know I said 12 or 2:30, it's 2:29, but I want to see all your faces at home. You guys know I gave you 15 minutes so I could go stuff my face, right? All right. Yes. I don't mind if you eat in class. You guys just would mind if I didn't go stuff my face. So I like food. All right. So let's knock out the rest of the contract. I promise you that the rest of the afternoon is going to move at a good pace. I know it says we're on page 8 of 44, 16 pages are related to the financing contingency. So that's going to go by really fast. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Okay. Wood destroying insect inspection. What does this say? This says, is there an inspection? Is there not an inspection? Who's paying for it? Who's ordering it? Who can tell me who pays for the wood destroying pest insect inspection in a VA loan? Who can tell me
The seller.
if that's still the case today?
Nope.
Johnny Q, was that you? Who was that that answered?
Yep, that's me.
That was you. What information do you have to share with the group?
So as of, I believe last month, the VA has changed the rules about who's actually paying for wood WDI and then who actually pays for the repairs.
That's right. It is no longer something that handcuffs the sellers. So the buyers may pay for their inspection, their whole $35, and then the seller is doing the repairs. So this is a good thing, right? So up until like the last week or so, I just saw the notice come out. The seller had to pay for the inspection, coordinate the inspection, and of course, the seller has to do the repairs anyway, regardless of whether it's VA financing. But it was one of the fees, you know, there's several fees that VA buyers cannot pay, and that was one of them. So that is no longer the case. So thank you, JQ. I love the fact that you stay up to date on these things. Yeah, the pre-printed language, no matter what type of financing in here, says the seller will remediate. Yep. Yep. So now it's negotiable. The buyer at buyer's expense or seller at seller's expense will furnish the written report from a licensed pest control firm dated not more than 90 days prior to settlement, showing that all dwellings and or garages within the property, excluding fences and shrubs, not abutting the garage and dwellings, are free of visible evidence of live wood destroying insects and free from visible damage. Okay. There are a couple of caveats that we'll see on the financing contingencies with VA, FHA, like what has to actually be included in the inspection, right? Conventional is not as, conventional really doesn't care about this, but the other two do. Seller will provide buyer, broker, representatives access to the property. Any treatment and or repairs for damage identified on that wood destroying insect report will be made at seller's expense, and seller will provide written evidence of such treatment and or repair prior to settlement. Okay, unless the parties agree in writing, all treatment and repairs will be performed by a contractor licensed to do that type of work. Okay. Home warranty. Is there a home warranty? Yes or no? Who's picking the company? Who's paying for it? So buyer could pick it, seller has to pay for it. Cost cannot exceed blank. Warranty provider to be blank. Okay. Agents like to pay for home warranties for their clients. That's great. Do it. Give away your money, whatever you want. Okay. What I'm going to tell you is you are not a party to the contract, so don't write anything about you on the contract. So if you are giving a home warranty to your buyer, put on here that yes, there's a warranty. It's being selected by the buyer and it's being paid for by the buyer. And then you have an agreement with the buyer on how that's getting paid. Okay. Nothing you write on here about you or what you're paying for is enforceable because you are not a party to this contract. Okay. And then you will register the home warranty and you will put in your credit card and you will pay for the warranty. Okay. This isn't paid out of your commission at settlement. The reason for that is you're still paying taxes on that full amount, even if you were trying to do it as a deduction from your commission. So it's better for bookkeeping purposes, for the market center and for yourself to have that expense and that receipt come to you and not have it as a broker credit, right? As a commission deduction, because you are still paying tax on that full amount that comes in, okay? Damage or loss, the risk of damage or loss to the property is the responsibility of the seller until settlement. We talked about this in the listing side last week. All right. Pam, are you still there? Because this is the part you wanted me to highlight for you about the HOA.
I certainly am.
Awesome. I am glad you are here. Not just because I have the answer, but because I love it when you're here. All right, the buyer will promptly order a title report and any desired survey. Okay, that's how, you know, we're complying by submitting the documents right away to the title company. Fee for the title to convey, fee simple title to the property is how we're getting this. Everything that conveys with it, it's going to be sold free and clear of liens. Except anything that's being assumed by the buyer. So like if the buyer was assuming the mortgage, right, from the seller, then obviously that's not going to be cleared up because they're assuming that loan, but everything else is going to be paid off. Seller conveys Title that is good, marketable, and insurable with no additional risk premiums to the buyer. The title may be subject to standard easements, covenants, conditions, and restrictions as of the date of ratification. Okay, so this is important, as of date of ratification, because what this means is that a seller cannot go and put additional restrictions and record them on the property after ratification and expect them to be enforceable after. Okay, this it doesn't really happen much in our suburban areas, but in more rural areas, maybe a seller adds an easement or something for someone that the buyer didn't know about because it wasn't recorded prior to ratification. Okay, so that's why that's important. Seller will convey the general warranty deed with English covenants title. This is the property where it says that the manner of taking title could have significant legal and tax consequences, that the buyer is advised to seek legal advice on this. So this means that when you are buying with someone else, there's a difference between joint tenants, tenants by the entirety, and right of survivorship. Tenants by the entirety is only available to a husband and wife. And it means that you are considered one unit as the husband and wife. That's the word entirety. So certain legal action that's only enforceable against one party cannot be brought against the title if it's like a lien can't, or a judgment can't be placed on the house if you own it, tenants by the entirety, if it's against one, not both. So there's different things. So it's just saying, hey, you know, talk to somebody to get legal advice on how you take title. Excuse me. Seller will sign affidavits, lien waivers, tax certifications, and other documents that might be required by the lender for the buyer to get their loan through. A title insurance company might require some of these documents as well, settlement agent, government authority, etc. And they authorize the settlement agent to obtain a payoff or assumption information for any existing lenders. All right, Pam, this is the part that was important to you. Seller will pay any special assessments and will comply with all orders of notices of violations of any county or local authority, condo unit association, homeowners, property association, or actions in any court on account thereof against or affecting the property on settlement date. So this is where it says that the seller has to take care of the violations before settlement date. Now, this paragraph used to say explicitly that the buyer could void. They took it out because it is covered in the default paragraph in a more legalese way. It's there. I'm going to present, we've talked about it, but I'm going to formally present it back to the forms committee, that we add it back in plain language in this paragraph because it gives a lot of heartburn to agents. But I promise you it's still there. The forms committee is overseen by chief counsel for NVAR and another attorney. So they have, you know, they vet everything before it actually goes to the board. So I promise you that the ability is still there. Yes,
What
Chris.
happens if it's not cured before settlement date?
Okay, so what happens if it's not cured before settlement date? The buyer can walk away on settlement. The buyer can go to closing and take care of the issues and then sue the seller for any cost that was incurred to remedy.
Or can you move up closing until they're done?
I mean, or you could delay closing. Buyer and seller can agree, but it's not unilateral. One can't, the buyer can't decide to delay closing. It has to be agreed to. Notice of possible filing of mechanics liens. So this says that a lien can be filed at any time after the work has commenced or material is furnished, but not later than 90 days from the last day the work was performed. So it's important for this disclosure because a mechanic's lien can be filed on the property after closing, and it's filed against the property, not the person. So there's an affidavit that a seller signs at closing saying that they are unaware of any outstanding bills that need to be paid. But this is, I mean, if a seller lies, right? So this is just putting a buyer on this.
Is that a particularly difficult situation, say, if you've got a foreign owner and you found repairs that have to be done,
Mhm.
which they're just not going to do, you know? I mean, how often do you see mechanics things that we do when the actual work was done?
So the question is, how often do we see mechanics liens? I don't see them come up very often. I mean, because most sellers aren't going to lie and sign the affidavit saying that there aren't any outstanding invoices. If it's a big bill, a seller may have a lis pendens filed against them because obviously the contractor knows that the seller's trying to sell and they want their money. And so they probably would file with the court before closing a lis pendens, which means action pending. It means they can't sell. It means they have to stop everything that they're doing and sort it out before the property can be sold. This paragraph changed, this fees paragraph, with this whole drama with the settlement, the split settlements. Seller will pay for deed preparation, costs to release any existing encumbrances. Okay, so that's like their current mortgage and things like that. Grantor's tax, as well as any regional congestion relief and WMATA taxes in the applicable areas. The buyer pays for the title exam survey, recording charges of the new deed, and any purchase money trusts. Okay, so the note, the deed of trust, the deed, right? Third party fees charged to buyer and seller, including but not limited to legal fees and settlement agent fees, will be reasonable and customary for the jurisdiction in which the property is located. So what that says is that the buyer is going to have other settlement fees, seller could have settlement fees, and we stay out of it. We as the agents have no control over what the title companies charge, and we need to stay out of it. That's what that is about. Okay. Yes, Laura.
Pretty sure, isn't the WMATA capital fee, isn't that also charged in Falls City?
So Falls Church City falls under Arlington.
For the $4,000?
Yeah. Broker fee. Seller instructs settlement agent to pay broker compensation as set forth in the listing agreement and to disperse the compensation to the listing brokerage and the cooperating brokerage directly. So what this says is that we're not expecting the title company to then pay the listing company and the listing company pay us when there's co-broker compensation. They're splitting it up and paying us directly, and they're taking it out of the proceeds. Okay, so there's no bill that gets sent to the seller. Adjustments, it's just a catch-all paragraph that says that certain things are paid ahead of time and certain things are paid in arrears. And so you got to have adjustments because settlement date doesn't always fall on the due date of something. So sometimes there's a credit and sometimes there's a debit. It just depends. So you see those marked on the settlement statement, and that can be for taxes, water bills, HOAs, fees, things like that. Attorney fees, this is the same paragraph that's been in our other agency agreements that says, but it's for the buyer and seller. So if buyer and seller go to court and fight it out and somebody wins, then the loser pays the winner's attorney's fees. It also says that in the event a dispute arises resulting in the broker being made party to litigation, that there's the parties agree that the party who brought the broker into the litigation indemnifies the broker for all of its legal expenses incurred. Okay, default. So there's a difference between default and breach of a contract term. Okay, so default means somebody doesn't perform for settlement. Okay, breach of a contract term means somebody didn't honor one of the promises in the contract, but you can still go to closing. Okay, so it doesn't kill the deal because they didn't do what they said they were going to. A lot of times the breach of the contract term is related to home inspection contingency items. When you are negotiating, the seller just doesn't do the repairs. And then the buyer's like, I don't want to go to closing. Well, you still have to, because it was a breach of a contract term. It wasn't default, right? There was no, simply not fixing something doesn't prevent the parties from going to closing. And there is no right to void given to the buyer if those repairs are not done. Okay, so if the buyer fails to complete settlement for any reason other than the seller defaulting, then the deposit can be forfeited to the seller as liquidated damages, not as a penalty. It says it right here in the contract, not as a penalty. In this event, the buyer will be relieved of any further liability to the seller. If the seller does not elect to accept this deposit as their liquidated damages, the deposit may not be the limit of the buyer's liability. So we talked about this earlier, where they could have to pay a lot more money. If the seller fails to perform or comply with any of the terms and conditions in the contract, or fails to complete settlement for any reason other than default of the buyer, seller will be in default and buyer will have the right to pursue all legal and equitable remedies, including specific performance and or damages. Okay, so again, you can't sue for punitive damages. You can't, pain and suffering is not part of this, right? A buyer can sue a seller for specific performance. A seller cannot sue a buyer for specific performance. Okay, so a judge could make a seller sell their house, but a judge cannot make a buyer buy a house. All right, a seller has the means to sell. A buyer might not have the means to buy, right? So there's a difference. And in both cases, there could be financial damages incurred because of the default of the other party. If either buyer or seller refuse to execute the release when requested to do so in writing and the court finds that that party should have executed the release, the party who refused to execute the release will pay the expenses, including attorney's fees, etc. So what does this mean? This doesn't mean, hey, I asked you to release me from the contract and you didn't, even though I didn't have an out, right? What this means is I voided the contract on HOA docs within my time period that I had the right to, and you're mad and you refuse to release my money. That's what that means. So the seller has to sign the release when the contract says they have to, right? And if they don't, then they get penalized by the court. And so this also, the next paragraph just reiterates that and says, if the contract becomes void and of no further force and effect without default, both parties will immediately execute a release directing that deposit, if any, to be refunded in full to the buyer, according to the deposit paragraph. This section is what I mentioned on definitions. So one of the definitions is the date of ratification. This is very confusing in the world of real estate. The ratification occurs when the fully executed document is signed or initialed by the last party and delivered back to the other side. Once it's delivered, it's ratified. So the last person who signs or initials does not put the ratification date. The person who receives back that fully executed document is who puts the ratification date. Now, in practice, is that really what happens? It's not, right? It's not. So what do? So my suggestion is this. If you are the last person who has your client initialing or signing, and you are sure that all of the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, and you are just itching to put that ratification date on, talk to the agent on the other side and say, would you like me to put the ratification date on? I'm going to be sending it back in 5 minutes. They say yes, sure. Say, okay, do it. Please confirm receipt, look it over, and make sure that we're good. Okay, just because there's date on there does not mean the contract is ratified. Okay, if the other side puts the ratification date and delivers it to you and it is not ratified, tell them, right? If there's something missing that their client missed, tell them that they need to initial or sign or whatever, and that they need to cross out that ratification date, and that when you get it and double check it, you will put it on there. The other thing is when you receive it and it has the ratification date on it and it's correct, just confirm via email that you got it and that you're ratified. Because this has happened to me many times where I'll get it back. Yay, we're ratified. Okay, let me check. And then I'll look at it and that we are. And so then I reply back and say, yes, confirmed, we're ratified, you know, look forward to working with you, whatever, right? But don't take it for granted, okay? Double check it. Yes, Laura. No, ratification date, the time of day does not matter because you're not under contract yet, right? So time of day doesn't matter. Any time during the day is day 0 from your timeline. Okay, date of ratification is day 0. A day is a calendar day. And for the purpose of calculating our timelines, we expire at 9 p.m. Okay, you all are supposed to go to bed at some point. Okay, 9 p.m. So if today is the 23rd and today is our ratification date, and we have 3 days to get the earnest money deposit in, day 1 is the 24th. Day 2 is the 25th. Day 3 is the 26th. That's how you would count it. Okay. If you were on a home inspection deadline, you would have till 9 p.m. on the 26th with those 3 days. Okay.
Shannon, can you repeat again the ratification date? So like when at the very beginning of that part, when you said in practicality it doesn't happen the way it's supposed to happen. So what is it supposed to happen? That's the part that I'm asking for repetition.
So once the fully executed document is received back by the other party, that's when the contract is ratified. And that's when the date's supposed to be put on. So the last person to sign or initial does not put the ratification date. It's the person who receives back the fully executed document and double checks it that says it's ratified.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. These other definitions I think we've talked about or are easy for you to read. Time is of the essence means that failure to meet the stated deadlines means that you waived your right under that contingency. Okay, so if you have 5 days to do your home inspection and 5 days comes and goes, well, your contingency's gone, sorry, right? Time is of the essence, so pay attention to your deadlines. Real estate license parties. This is important. If any party is related to another party in the transaction, you have to mark it here. So if I'm helping my brother, my sister, I'm buying for myself, etc. It goes here. And you have to mark whether they're active or inactive and in what state. So if I was marking this for myself, I would say, I would put my name, that I'm active in Virginia and DC and Maryland. And that I'm either the buyer or the seller, or I'm related to somebody, right? You have to like complete the whole thing. All right, the entire agreement, that's a big paragraph that just says that we're governed by the laws in Virginia. Assignability, these contracts are not assignable, and assigning a contract is complicated. So as Laura and I talked about the other day, there are ways around it that are much easier than trying to assign it. So just for these purposes, just stay away from it. If you really think you want to assign a contract, come sell it to me, and then we'll talk about it. All right, additions to the contract. So these are the other addenda that can be added to the contract, to the offer. They become part of the ratified contract package. So in command, when I ask for a fully ratified contract package, I am looking for these 11 pages plus anything that has been checked here that should be here. So even if you don't check the residential property disclosure statement, I'm still looking for it because I know you're supposed to have it. But if you say that there's a home inspection contingency and a financing contingency, and I don't see those documents, I'm going to return your contract because I don't have the fully executed document. I'm also looking for ratification date because that's the meeting of the minds on when the timelines start. And then here, the listing, brokerage, and cooperating brokerage information. If there's no listing information sheet that has this information, you can find all of this. I promise you. You don't have to be nicknamed Sherlock like me to find it. You can look in the MLS and you can look in DPOR and you can find all of this information. Fill it out completely. You will look like a professional. Don't leave it blank. Okay, we got through the contract. Yay! See, it wasn't so bad. All right. Home inspection contingency is next. So here's how the home inspection contingency works. You have two choices. You have the home inspection contingency where your buyer has the option to send a wish list with their list of repairs that they want and a full copy of the report, or they send a full copy of the report and a notice to void and the release. Those are the choices for option number one. Or option number two is they do the inspection and they decide, great, we're moving forward, or they deliver a copy of the full report with the notice to void and the release, and they say, I'm out. They don't get to send their wish list. In this contingency, they don't get to sneak in radon testing if they didn't ask for radon testing. They don't get to sneak in other things that have contingencies. It's simply inspections that don't have another contingency that's available to them. Okay. So in this top part, the miscellaneous provisions, it says if the utilities are not in service, the contingency is automatically going to be extended by blank number of days. Okay, so I usually put like 5 or 7 because I need to reschedule my home inspector, right? If they don't have the utilities in service. And section B is just a reminder that if you fail to do your inspection in the appropriate amount of time, then you forfeit your contingency. Now, this document is one of the documents that we removed the hash marks from the side. So we used to have a section on each side where your client had to initial the paragraphs that they wanted to invoke into the contract. And if they didn't initial, they weren't invoking it into the contract. So there were many times where our clients didn't actually have contingencies for certain things that they thought they did because they didn't actually invoke the paragraphs into the contract. So we've gotten rid of those, and it's just a checkbox. So check the appropriate paragraph that you want. We're hoping that's easier. Okay. Home inspection contingency, select A or B. So if you select A, what it says is that in the inspection period, you have until 9 p.m. blank number of days from ratification to do your inspection, and send your wish list or send over that notice to void and release. Both would have to have that full copy of the report, okay? If your client voids, then you're done. If your client chooses to send over a wish list with the full copy of the home inspection report, on the day that you deliver that, you are now on day 0 of what we call the negotiation period. So even if you have 10 days in that first section to do your home inspection, and you deliver on day 5 your wish list, you're now in the negotiation period. It doesn't kick in after the 10 days is up. It's as soon as you deliver that notice. So now negotiation period is until blank number of days after delivery of the wish list and report. This is a time period for the parties to go back and forth and decide what will or will not be done. If at the end of that negotiation period, 9 p.m. on blank number of days, there is not a meeting of the minds and a signed HICRA where everybody's agreed to what's happening, the buyer election period kicks in. And the buyer has blank number of days to decide by 9 p.m. if they will take the home in as is condition with no repairs from their wish list or void the contract. All right, so here are my suggestions. In the first blank for your contingency period is probably 5 or 7, unless it's a really big house or there's a lot of extra things that your client needs to check. Like if you need an elevator inspection and a chimney inspection and a roof inspection and all these things because the house is crumbling, make it longer, okay? Generally 5 to 7. Negotiation period is going to be 3 to 5. Buyer election period is going to be 2. Okay, your buyer should know by then whether they're going to take it or leave it. Okay, they don't need a long period of time. Now, if you check B, home inspection with option to void only, it's just the blank number of days to do the inspection and decide to take it or leave it. Okay. Radon testing is very similar as far as how the process works. You have blank number of days to do the radon test, get the results. If it's below 4.0, there's nothing you can ask for. If it's above 4.0, you can ask for remediation. If the property is not in a condition for the radon testing, right? So windows have been left open, or, they really shouldn't be testing for radon when it's been really rainy for a while, because that affects how the gases are because of the saturation of the soil. It says that the contingency is extending for an automatic certain number of days until the conditions can be met for when they should be testing. All right, you have the negotiation period, and then you have a buyer election period. And that's it on this. See how easy those pages were? 3 pages. And look, no initials at the bottom of the pages, just signature on the last page. Okay. Questions on home inspections? Super easy. You guys all know everything about home inspections? Okay. Now tomorrow we'll talk about like how you actually negotiate if your buyer wants a wish list. That's just how you're asking for it. Well and septic. They can have a water potability test, right? Which is for the bacteria in the water. Most of the time, this is very easy. The seller just takes a sample and takes it to the county themselves, and then they get the report back. This is not something that's really a huge issue. It says it can be at the buyer's expense or the seller's expense. Okay. Then there's the well and well water inspection. So this is inspection of the actual well itself. And this would be at the buyer's risk, okay? Buyer's expense, buyer's risk. Remember, When inspecting things like well and septic, it's a little different than just checking the things inside the house, right? Because of the way that the well and septic systems are set up. So this says the contract is or is not contingent on the well inspection contingency. And again, just like our home inspection and rate on contingencies, it's a blank number of days. And then they deliver their wish list with the report, or they deliver the notice to void with the report and the release. Yes.
The well
Mhm.
inspection requirements are all prohibited for the services.
No, the buyer can pay for their inspections. Mhm. Negotiation period, same process. Day 0 is the day that the wish list is delivered. Buyer election period, hopefully you don't have to come to because everybody has an agreement on what happens. Septic is a little disclosure here on the alternative system maintenance contract. If there's an alternative system, is there a maintenance contract? Now, for the septic contingency, this gives an option on whether the buyer is doing the inspection at the buyer's expense and sole risk of damage to the system, or the seller at the seller's expense and sole risk of damage. Now, the reason for this is that there's more of an opportunity for there to be damage to the septic system if it's older, and further down, we're asking for excavation of distribution boxes and things like that. Also, depending on where on a property the system is, sometimes there's like shrubs and bushes and things that have to actually be moved in order to get to do the inspection properly. And the buyer would then be responsible to be, replanting these things. And, so this was added because there really is more of an opportunity for the landscaping to change and the system itself to have damage. I have seen many times in this situation when a buyer asks the seller to do it, that the buyer will just credit the seller the cost of the inspection, right? So the seller's taking on the risk, but the buyer's paying for it, right? And it seems to work out very nicely. This line right here is who the inspection company will be. So that's negotiated up front, who the company is going to be. That can change because it depends on who you can find, right? If you're listing a company with a septic system, call around before you go on the market. Find out who's available, right? Like, do it ahead of time. Don't make it a fire drill after you're under contract. There's an automatic extension for the deadline, just like the other ones. This middle paragraph, though, is important if the seller is doing the inspection. Because remember, the way that the contingencies work, you have X number of days to do the inspection, get the report, send your wish list, the whole thing. Well, if the seller is doing the inspection, the seller can't just at the 11th hour give the report over to the buyer and say, hey, send us your wish list, right? So what this paragraph says is that if the seller is the one responsible for having the inspection done, they have to provide the report to the buyer blank number of days before the contingency expires. Okay, so that way the buyer has time to review it before their contingency expires and they can put their wish list together. Okay, so in a contract that has well and septic, I am going to suggest that you probably don't try for a 30-day close unless the listing agent can confirm for you they already have a septic inspection scheduled. Okay. And you're going to have like 21 or 24 days for your contingency, and that report would be delivered 5 days before it expires, maybe 3 days, but nothing less than that. You need a longer timeline when there is a septic system when your client wants to have it inspected. Okay.
I have found some companies with, like,
Shannon?
wait,
Yeah.
now take a look.
Yeah, yeah. Ron said a couple of companies he's called have a couple of month wait on that.
Shannon?
Shannon, would you recommend having that done before you list the property and have the inspection reports available?
You can. A lot of times I don't suggest having any of the inspections done ahead of time just because of the disclosure requirements. But if you're publishing what the reports are, like in the MLS, then there's no problem.
Well, Shannon, there are some companies, maybe all staff, for example, where that's what we made as a special
Mhm.
service. So that's, as long as the resident.
Yeah, and Ron's saying that some of the counties require that you have the annual inspections anyway, and so some owners are going to have fairly recent copies of the inspection reports and things. The inspection itself automatically in this contingency is going to be a visual inspection and probing of the drain field. And the buyer can ask for pumping and inspection of the treatment tanks and excavation of the distribution boxes, testing of all pumps and controls, and evaluate the function of the pumping and pressure. So those are additional things outside of what is automatically required in the contingency.
Yeah, I have a septic tank, so every time they pump it out, they do all that stuff as part of that. That's
Right.
what I was asking the same question. If we
Right.
have that as a record, does that work?
Well, it only works if the buyer accepts it.
Okay.
So it depends on when it was done, right? If it was done 10 months ago and it's a 20-year-old system, maybe the buyer doesn't accept it, right? If it was done last month and it's a 7-year-old system, the buyer probably would accept it, especially if they've had septic systems before. It all depends on the situation and who the buyer is. But it absolutely is something that is reasonable to offer to a buyer because it also does show that there's routine maintenance. So absolutely, I would start there. Okay, and then the negotiation period by election period are the same as the other contingencies. Okay. See, we're moving right along. We're on page 19 and we moved on to there since we came back from break. Look at that. It's so easy, this stuff. All right, financing and appraisal contingencies. Okay, this is like a couple of pages we're going to talk about that's really going to knock out 16 pages, right? We're really excited, really excited. Okay, so on the other documents, I didn't point out at the top, but all of these documents say the addendum was made on blank to a sales contract offered on blank, right? Like these are the dates you're preparing the document, right? Again, what's relevant is your ratification date. Buyer and seller, purchase of the property at blank. This is stuff that's all going to just automatically populate in DocuSign, but double check it. Make sure that it's actually coming through properly when you're sending it out to be signed. So specified financing. Specified financing means the terms set forth in paragraph 2 of the contract. Remember way back at like 10 after 12 when I harped on that paragraph, right? Well, that's because it says here that this document relates to the specified financing listed on paragraph 2. First trust, is it going to be obtained or assumed? Is it fixed or adjustable? And how long is it amortized over? And the initial interest rate cannot exceed blank per year. Okay. So I'm not really sure that in the grand scheme of things that the interest rate matters, except the interest rate should be put in here at a reasonable number that your buyer qualifies for. Okay, so that's my guidance. Talk to the lender. There are programs CMG, which is our new partner, Melissa Landon and Rob Gaskins are with. There's lock and shop programs where the buyers can actually lock their rate before they find a home, instead of before where it was like horrible, where you had to wait until you ratified and then lock your rate. So your buyer probably would know ahead of time, or they could know what their interest rate is because they've already locked their rate. If they haven't locked their rate, what you do is you would talk to the lender and say, okay, interest rates are, 5 3/4 today. Do they still qualify at 6 if it goes up? Or do they still qualify at 6 1/8 if it goes up? And they say, yes, they do. So then you would put 6 1/8, right? But you're not going to put 7 if they don't qualify for 7, right? Or you're not going to put 4 1/2 when they don't have enough money to buy down the rate that far, right?
So I'm seeing some agents just put the word market there. Is that not visible?
No, words don't go there. Market percent is not a number. Anya, you have a question?
Yes, I've been waiting for this form for you to go over. So recently I have a buyer, and my buyer's mother is heavily involved in the transaction. They're doing a VA loan, and she was arguing with me because I asked them, what the interest rate was that they were being quoted and so on and so forth. And then I consulted with their lender to confirm it, to ask the following question: at what rate they wouldn't qualify, because I wanted to put something reasonable within range if the interest rates spike up a little bit. And the lender told me that they qualify for way more. He said, put whatever rate you want. Well, the mother, who was very controlling of the whole situation, said, first of all, you should not, there's no reason for anybody to know a rate. And oh, by the way, with the VA, the lender should not be telling you any rates that we qualify for. It's not anybody's business. So I guess what is the right thing to do? Are we allowed to, especially under VA? I guess there might be something that I've never heard of with the VA. Not allowed to know what the VA interest rate is.
No, that's not correct. She's wrong. And it says on the first page of the contract that the lender's allowed to tell us things. So yeah, she's trying to be important.
Yeah. And she said, I just bought 5 houses with the VA, and none of them I had to fill out it was somewhere in rural Virginia. And I said, listen, our contract is different. That's the reason why. But she was like, well, with the VA, you shouldn't even ask what the interest rate is. It's irrelevant. It's like, okay, trying to protect you, but hey.
Yeah. So basically, if the interest rate is like, you don't want to put it too high either, because if you put, the 10%, right, and the rates go up and they are declined for the loan, right, based on their debt to income ratios or something like that, because the payment went up and the rate was 9%, like that's going to be a challenge in getting out of the financing contingency. So you don't want to put it too high. You want to put it within range of where they're going to lock the rate, even when they're qualified for a lot more. But I wouldn't, the VA, there's no additional confidentiality pieces when it comes to rates or type of program or anything like that.
So just so I'm clear of my understanding, if the interest rates were to go up, and let's say I put 6% and because they were qualifying basically for, 2.5 to whatever, and I put 6%, if the rates increased and went above the 6% and the borrower no longer qualifies, or maybe even cannot afford those kind of payments, they could still get out from the contract. Is that correct?
So when it says the initial rate for the loan is at this interest rate, this is talking about the what's on their application, what's the loan they're applying for, and that's what they have to be declined for. So if we put on here that the rate is not to exceed 5.5, and they have applied for a loan where the rate is 6%, and they're declined for a loan at 6%, well, they really don't have a contingency, because that's not what was agreed to. We were told, right, that they qualified at 5.5%. We weren't told they qualified at 6.
Mhm.
Right? So that's why there's no contingency. They've applied for something that we didn't agree to. So that's why we give the buffer a little bit higher, because we want to make sure that in the event the interest rate increases, that yes, they were qualified for that buffer a little higher. And in the event they get declined, we still fall in that range. We don't want them to be declined for a loan that has an interest rate higher than what this percent is, because then things don't match.
So then does it void their contingency?
Yes, it does.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. So in that alternative financing paragraph, that's basically what it explains, is that if the buyer wants to change their financing in any way, so let's say they told us on page 1 they were putting 10% down, and they applied for 20% down, and they got rejected on a loan with 20% down, they have voided their financing contingency because it doesn't match on page 1. So their financing contingency is tied very tightly to what they have told the seller they are applying for. Now they can unilaterally change and apply for anything they want to. And when they do, though, they remove that protection to be able to get out in the event they're declined. So when we get to the contingency paragraphs, there's 2 types of contingencies. We have automatic extension and automatic expiration. And this is a game of chicken between the buyers and the sellers. And again, contingencies only have to do with the ability to get an earnest money deposit. It has 0 to do with whether they're going to go to closing. So a buyer that has a contingency with automatic extension is who I want my buyer to be, right? Because I want my buyer to have the ability to get their earnest money back up until settlement, really, if something happens and they get declined for the loan. Automatic expiration means they have X number of days to get their get through all of their loan stuff, and then the contingency expires, even if they're not clear to close. So if we put 14 days for automatic expiration and they're closing on day 30, they're not clear to close, I promise you. And on day 20, they lose their job. They're going to get declined for that loan on day 22. And they no longer have the right to their earnest money deposit. They give it to the seller. So a seller wanting that contingency to have automatic expiration is silly to me, because it doesn't mean that that buyer can get to the closing table. All it means is that they have the right to say, I want the earnest money deposit in the event something happens and that buyer can't get to closing, right? So I just don't, I don't like automatic expiration. I also don't think that the parties involved understand the implications of that, right? Because you can't be clear to close until a couple of days before closing anyway, because since COVID happened, the lenders can't do the final verifications of employment and the credit refresh until a couple of days before. They used to be able to do it like 7 days before, and now they only do it like 3 days before because of the new rules, to make sure right before closing they are making sure that everything is the way it's supposed to. So unless you're doing your automatic expiration until like day 27 on a 30-day close, you're not really protecting your client. And it doesn't really matter, right? Whether the buyer can get to closing or not is what's important, because the seller wants to sell. So now the appraisal contingency. So here's what happens with the appraisal contingency. Is or is not contingent on appraisal. Okay, we all know that the lender needs an appraisal, right? Somewhere or another. And it's X number of days from ratification for this contingency. Let me back up though on the financing. If it's automatically extending and you have, let's say 25 days in that time frame for automatic extension, it's going to continue up until you either deliver a written conditional commitment letter. So there could be a whole list of things on there that are still necessary. So it doesn't mean that the buyer can get to closing, right? It can say you need 27 things still, but that takes away the contingency. You also, after the 25 days, a seller can deliver notice to the buyer that says, hey buyer, we've given you time. You have 3 days. We're going to let you void the contract. And if you don't void, your contingency is removed. So they don't have to provide a rejection letter. They don't have to do anything. It's 3 days. They can change their mind, walk away. They can just be mad at the seller for delivering this notice, and they can say, well, screw you, we're walking away. Have a nice day, right? So it's 3 days that the buyer can void or the contingency is lifted. The only time I suggest a seller does this and deliver the notice is when they think the buyer can't get to closing and they want to wrap this up sooner and say, look, we just want the buyer to go away because we want to put it back on the market, or they have a backup offer and they want to be able to get that backup offer moved into place. And so they're like, look, buyer can't get to closing. Let's give them the out, let them move along, give them their money back, move backup offer into place, okay? So with the appraisal contingency, it works the same way. It automatically extends after that number of days until a notice is given. All right, and the buyer can void or the contingency is removed if one of the things hasn't happened that we're going to go over. Okay, so it's basically an automatic extension on the appraisal contingency. So the appraisal is done. It comes in at the sale price or greater. That's one of the choices. Buyer proceeds to closing, right? Buyer can't ask for anything. It's just great, we're good, we're moving on. Appraisal comes in and it's low, but it's only like $5,000 low. Buyer really wants the house anyway. They say, you know what? We're good. We're going to pay the difference. We're not going to ask you for anything. We're going to remove the contingency. We're going to move forward to closing. Okay. That's option number 2B. Okay. C is that the appraisal comes in at value or above, but this buyer is not going to closing because the property does not meet the requirements of the lender for some reason. So it could be condition requirements. It could be that the property is a condo and it's not FHA or VA approved and they're trying to, get an FHA or VA loan. So the value is fine, but there's something else wrong with the collateral that doesn't allow the lender to lend on this property. So they're voiding the contract. The next option is that the appraisal is less than the sale price. And the buyer says, look, I'll move forward if you reduce your price to X dollars. The floor on that negotiations is the appraised value. So they cannot come in and ask for less than the appraised value. Okay, so in our scenario earlier, we talked about 500,000 is the sale price, appraisal was 490. Okay, if they had waived the appraisal contingency, they're paying that whole $10,000 difference. In this scenario, they could say, we want you to reduce your price to 490. They could also say, we want you to reduce your price to 495. we'll split it with you, right? You come down 5,000, we'll pay the other 5,000, okay? But they can't say we want the home for 480. That's not allowed, okay? So as soon as there's a notice for that appraisal negotiation, it's a notice that goes to the seller. It says it's low, we want you to reduce. As soon as that's delivered, or with the full copy of the report, the negotiation period kicks in. Okay, so it's day 0. So it's just like the inspections we talked about. If the buyer's walking away, they have to deliver the notice document, the appraisal contingency notice document, and the full copy of the report and the release. Okay. So negotiation period kicks in. Everybody says, yes, we're good. The addendum, sales contract addendum is signed. So if you're asking for this seller to reduce their price, you're sending a notice that says, we want you to reduce your price to X, okay? Only the buyer signs it. You also need to send a sales contract addendum with it that says buyer and seller agree to sale price. The sale price is now $495, right? That's where both parties agree to that change. There's no place on the notice for the seller to sign. There's nothing binding, even if the seller signs it, because it's a notice. It's unilateral communication that says, I'm the buyer, I'll move forward if you agree to this lower price. But there's nothing that actually says the seller agrees to the lower price. Okay, does that make sense? So you have to send the sales contract addendum with it so that you have the meeting of the minds. If there's no agreement, buyer election period kicks in and buyer decides pay the price you agreed on page 1, which means you pay the full difference, like you didn't have an appraisal contingency, or you void the contract. Okay. Lender required repairs. Sometimes on the appraisal, there will come back lender required repairs. Conventional, not as much. Sometimes VA and FHA. It's not really a lot that this happens. Sometimes it's minor where this will happen, like there could be wood rot. That's common on VA or FHA, but that also comes up on HOA stuff. Sometimes there could be like a railing missing or a safe, if there's no deck, sometimes they want additional safety boards put on, you know, if it's like a raised exit door. The seller is not required to do the repairs. So what this paragraph says is that if there are lender required repairs, the buyer delivers notice to the seller of the repairs. The seller then has 5 days to tell the buyer via notice whether they're going to do the repairs. They also have to give the buyer the option to do the repairs if they are not going to. So if the seller says, I'm not doing any repairs, I told you I was selling this house as is, right? Then the buyer gets a chance to say, okay, we really want the house, we want to do the repairs. And then they serve notice saying that they'll do the repairs, and then they work it out so that the buyer's contractor can come in and do the repairs. If the buyer doesn't want to do the repairs, seller isn't going to do the repairs, then the buyer can declare the contract void. Yes, Laura.
I recently had a contract of sellers, and the only contingency left was finance contingency. The buyers wanted to walk because after their home inspection, they found mold in the house, and their agent said, well, I think they could use the mold in the finance contingency to void the contract, because if they tell the lender how much it's going to cost them to fix it, then they can use the finance contingency.
I think that the appraiser seeing mold in the property probably would note it.
So they had no appraisal.
Well, that so they still have to have an appraisal for, so the appraisal contingency only has to do with the value.
So they could get the appraiser to tell the lender
Yes,
they saw mold.
right. And the appraiser probably would see the mold if there was a substantial amount. Yeah, and it would be noted as a repair. Yeah, mold's a pretty big one. Water damage is a pretty big one that they notice. So yeah, but it would have been a longer process.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, it's a risk for both sides, right? And then it's a disclosure issue for an agent to have to, you know, worry about when it goes back up on the market and things like that. Yeah. So that's our conventional financing addendum. That's the base addendum. FHA contingency addendum looks shockingly similar.
Shannon, quick
Yes.
question before you move into from conventional. So if the buyer wants to waive financing but not appraisal, are we okay just crossing the top part
Crossing the top part of what?
of the financing and appraisal contingency? No?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope, just stay tuned. You'll see. Stay tuned.
Will do.
Because, and the reason for that is if this document is called the financing contingency addendum, right? So you're, yeah, so we have.
No, on the conventional side.
Right, it's, right. We have a solution for that.
Okay.
We have a document for that. So FHA contingency addendum has everything that the conventional had with a couple of things that are specific to FHA. All right, so we have an upfront mortgage insurance premium that has to be paid on FHA, right? VA has something similar, VA funding fee. There's an assumption fee if a buyer is assuming an FHA loan, so that's right here. Alternative financing is the same. FHA required notice, buyer acknowledges receipt of the HUD form, blah, 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 entitled For Your Protection, get a home inspection, and the buyer initials here. I guarantee that none of you are giving this document on FHA transactions. If you take this and search on Google, here's the document. It's not in our forms library, and I don't know why, but here's the document. You just copy that, and there's the document. So that's what they're initialing, saying they've been given this document. You can also just email them the link. It's just a disclosure that says we've told them to get a home inspection. And if they waive it, they waive it. That's all. Okay, the buyer's initially there. Financing contingencies are the same. Check the box, A or B. Is it automatically extending or expiring? Appraisal provisions are just a little bit different. So there's no box that says, is this contingent on an appraisal? Because appraisals are not separate in FHA, VA, and USDA. It is part of the financing, okay? So what this amendatory clause says, and this gives FHA, VA, and USDA buyers one additional option in the financing contingency. We just went over 4 options on what happens. Well, there's a 5th option for all of the rest. The amendatory clause says that if the property value comes in below the contract price, that the buyer does not have to negotiate and they can walk away. Conventional financing, the buyer is required to negotiate before they walk away. The others, they're not. Okay, this blank right here is where you put in the sale price. So here, the appraisal contingency procedures are exactly the same, except number 4 is actually appraisal is less than sale price. The buyer elects not to proceed with consummation of the contract. And then 5 is now where you negotiate, okay? Wood destroying insect inspection, if they're having The termite inspection, fences and outbuildings must be included in that inspection. Lender required repairs, same paragraph. Certification. This is where you as the agent, even though it says broker, don't send this to me, I won't sign it because I have no idea. It says seller, buyer, and broker hereby certify that the terms of this contract to which the addendum is attached are true to the best of their knowledge and belief. So I don't have any idea, which is why I won't sign it, but you do. So you may sign this. This is the one document you're allowed to sign. VA financing, again, very similar. Okay. VA funding fee, it says, instead of upfront mortgage insurance premium here. Financing, automatic extension and expiration are the same. VA notice of value is what is the provision that allows the VA buyer to walk away if the property doesn't appraise. The contingency procedures are exactly the same as FHA. You have the 5 choices. And on wood destroying insect inspection, fences and outbuildings will be included. And it says here the seller will pay, but we are going to be updating that. Okay. USDA, same thing. Upfront mortgage insurance premium. There's a guarantee fee that's paid. Most of us up north won't ever deal with USDA. There's the 5 choices. This is like their mandatory clause right here. JQ, you have a question?
The VA amended their guidelines and now allow for the buyer to pay for repairs on wood destroying inspections.
Yes, and our contract has never had the buyer pay for that. And so the contract isn't going to change on that. It's always been the seller's requirement, regardless of financing, that the seller pays for the repairs.
So if the seller doesn't want to pay for it and the buyer doesn't care, wants the house, you just throw in a minute addendum together.
So it's not negotiable. It's just pre-printed language.
Yep.
That says the seller will do this.
Mhm.
So it isn't something that is negotiated or not. It's not like the inspection report comes back and you're sending the list of repairs. It's here's the report. It's pre-printed language, you'll do it. So that seller is doing it no matter who they're selling to.
Gotcha.
Correct. If they refuse, they're in default or in breach of a contract term. If they refuse to make the repairs and no one can make the repairs, then they could be in default because then settlement couldn't happen. Right? So remember, the default is triggered once settlement can't happen. So if they're forcing the buyer to not be able to close because the repairs aren't done, then they could be. But up at first glance, they're only breaching a contract term.
The way I've gotten around that, Shannon, is when I give the sellers their cost estimate of what their proceeds are going to be,
Mhm.
I automatically include repairs and things that may or may not happen,
Mhm.
just so they're prepared for it ahead of time.
Yeah, Aylin says she gives the when she does the net sheet, she puts in,
$5,000.
yeah, but some number, right? 5,000, 1,000, 500, whatever, into that repairs, so that they're already being, they're already being told that they have to make some repairs. They don't know for what, right? Also, in my consultations, buyers and sellers, we've talked about this. I'm reviewing the contract with them ahead of time. So their expectations are set already that these are your requirements. If I'm talking to a seller, these are the things you have to do. I already talked to them about what repairs from a home inspection they have to do that are non-negotiable, right? And if they want to fight with me on it, then they might not be my seller, right? Like, I don't come in like that right? But they might not be the right person for me to work with if they're not going to do the things that are required in the contract. And so I'm already setting their expectations so that it's not this, you know, big major thing when the contract is already ratified. Appraisal contingency. Lucia, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, so this is the solution to your challenge. So you have a buyer who wants to take the risk and waive their financing contingency, but they want to maintain the appraisal contingency. So this document is just a one-pager called Appraisal Contingency, no financing contingency. So they've waived their financing contingency, but they still want the appraisal. So this can be used for cash buyers. This can also be used for buyers that are financing, but putting their EMD and more at risk on their financing. So this is the document that you would use.
And can that be used for both conventional and, well, FHA and VA we talk about?
Yeah,
Can that
FHA
be
and VA, you can't, okay, so in FHA and VA, the appraisal contingency is not separate from financing. This is what you have to have in FHA and VA financing. If your client wants to waive the financing contingency, you would want to have this because you need to have like negotiation periods and things like that, right? So you need some meeting of the minds. And if it's VA, you need the amendatory clause from the lender. They can give it to you on a separate page all by itself. If it's FHA or VA, you need the notice to value. If you have FHA or USDA, you need the amendatory clause. That is required, that gives the buyer the right to walk away. Now, if they want to waive all of it and just have the right to walk away, if it appraises low, then you don't even need this document. There doesn't have to be a meeting of the minds really on that negotiation period, because if they want the ability to walk away, which they have, even if nobody signs the amendatory clause or the notice of value, they can still negotiate, right? They can still walk away, but the lender's not going to give them a clear to close without having those documents. So having those up front is important. But again, it's not about getting to the closing table. You can also have an addendum for VA and FHA that where the buyer's agreeing up front to pay that appraisal gap, and there's nothing binding about it because the buyer can still walk away, right? They can, even if it appraises low.
Shannon, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So are you saying that right now with the new contract, because in the past, if a VA specifically, if a VA buyer was waiving the financing, yet they had the appraisal because they have to, right, as per the statute, and potentially maybe offering gap or not offering gap, but they had the appraisal value. Are you saying that don't use the VA financing and appraisal contingency document? Use just the appraisal document?
So if they were waiving their financing contingency, you would never include the financing document. The piece of paper that you need is the VA amendatory clause. Now, the amendatory clause is in our contract to make it easier, but they can waive their financing contingency. What they can't waive up front is the ability to walk away if the property doesn't appraise. They can still move forward if the property doesn't appraise, and they can pay the difference. So you're not going to include an addendum for a contingency that they don't have or that they don't want.
Okay, so don't use the financing if they don't have the financing contingency, just use the appraisal. And you're saying the amendatory clause document that could be
It's from the lender. You're going to ask the lender, they have it on a separate document. Every lender has it because not every area of the country has the amendatory clause embedded into the contract like we do. So they have it on a separate document. And some lenders actually still require it on a separate document and will send it over, even though it's already in the contract and been signed.
So if we're doing that, does the mandatory clause document need to be signed with our offer that doesn't have the financing contingency yet, has the VA appraisal? Is that document needs to be signed with our offer, or is that
So
something?
it should be, because then it's transparent, right? Then the seller understands what the situation is. The buyer has the right to walk away, even if that document isn't signed. The law supersedes the contract. So the buyer can still walk away. The challenge is when a seller sees that a buyer has waived all of this and doesn't truly understand what the buyer's rights are. And so that document should be provided up front for the seller to sign so that the seller understands the buyer's rights. Because really, the buyer hasn't waived their appraisal contingency. And right, they haven't, because they have the right to walk away.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right. The contingencies and clauses addendum, I'm going to scroll through real quick and then I'm going to highlight a couple of things. Okay, so we'll come back to the home sale contingency, but this contingencies and clauses addendum is kind of a catch-all document for all the weird things that we might need that don't need to have a full page document. Okay, so yeah, so home sale contingency takes up most of it. Settlement of buyer's property is another one where this is if it's already under contract, right? Contingent on the seller purchasing another home. A general contingency, don't ever use this. I'll help you put it on an addendum where it's written properly. Backup contract is on here, as is condition. So this is, every property is sold in as is condition, but this takes it to another level and removes some other things from the contract that are already pre-stated. Unrepresented seller or builder, that's related to commission, like on a FSBO. 1031 exchanges and co-ops. Okay, so that's what's on this document. So I'm going to start here and go backwards. Co-ops are similar to HOAs, but not. They have to provide a copy of the public offering statement, okay, within 10 days of ratification. So this is where you activate, notify that there's a co-op involved. Okay, there's only 1 or 2 co-ops in our whole service area. So the likelihood that you're going to deal with one is slim to none. We have not updated this document to get rid of the hash marks. So on the contingencies and clauses addendum, you're still going to have to activate the paragraphs by using initials. Okay, when we review this document sometime before the January 1st release, we will get rid of the hash marks. But for now, it's the hash marks are there. Okay. 1031 exchanges for buyers and sellers. This is where you would notify the other party and in the contract that there is a 1031 exchange happening. It really doesn't hurt the other side in any way. If there's a 1031 exchange, there can be additional documents that have to be signed. And the buyer is just notifying who the intermediary is that's holding the money in this section, because the buyer can never touch the money. As soon as the buyer touches the money, they lose their ability to not pay taxes on it. Unrepresented seller or builder. So we talked last week about that for sale by owner document, where they're agreeing to pay the commission. So you have that signed up front before you show a property. But then this document, this paragraph is what allows the title company to take the money out of their proceeds and pay us directly. Okay, so this is where you would fill in that KW United, and you would put your name and KW United, and then whatever the amount is that they've agreed to pay us. Okay. as is condition. So as is condition takes it to another level where it might be, again, a tear down or some other situation where the seller and buyer have agreed that they don't have to clear out the home from trash and debris. Or they've agreed that the seller doesn't have to comply with the laws regarding smoke detectors or termites, notices of violation from any county or local authority. So that's like zoning issues, like they've been notified by the county that something's going on. All requirements for seller to comply with HOA or condo violations. So this is important, like short sales, sellers aren't allowed to do any repairs, right? If they don't have enough money to pay the mortgage, they're not allowed, right? If you have a situation where there are some issues that come up on an HOA inspection and the buyer is going to take those on, the way that you would do this is include the contingencies and clauses addendum with the contract and have that box checked. That's how you protect your seller. If it comes up after ratification, my suggestion is this: you will copy this right here, and then copy this right here and put it on an addendum. So you're not reinventing the wheel. You're using the language that was already provided, okay? And that way it's binding, right? Backup contracts. Backup contracts are cool in multiple offer situations, especially. So you get contract number 1 ratified, then you ratify contract number 2 in line behind contract number 1. And it specifies here who the buyers are that are contract number 1. So they know where in line they are. I actually had 3 backup offers one time. And we actually ended up selling to the last one. It was a very bizarre situation, but there was backups to backups to backups, right? The timelines are measured from date of ratification or date the contract becomes primary. So I'm going to say it's date contract becomes primary to give that buyer a chance to like get through their contingencies. And then settlement date will be blank after the contract becomes primary, like 30 days, right? In a backup contract situation, you're ratified, right? Everybody's agreed, meeting of the minds, right? You know what your terms are. The buyer of the that owns the backup offer can still go out and shop for other houses. And they are free and clear to go and do that and find another house they like and deliver notice to the seller that they're getting out of this backup contract because they want to go buy something else because they found something better, up until they've been delivered notice from the seller of this contract that they're in first position. So they're locked in to buy their first choice, right? If that first buyer fails to perform, but they still have the flexibility to go be looking for something else. So it actually doesn't hurt a buyer to be a backup, okay? But the key is the buyer needs to void the backup offer before they go right on something else, all right? Because you would never want them to ratify on something else and be delivered notice that they are the primary on their first choice and they don't have the ability to buy 2 houses, okay? All right, it is 4:01. We are going to be done for today. So tomorrow, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the home sale contingency and the seller's home of choice contingency when we first get started. And then we'll also talk about the escalation addendum and post-settlement occupancy. So we'll knock those out in the beginning. It's not going to take that long. And then we'll get into the post-ratification documents. So our post-ratification documents are like our HICRA. So how do we write our requests for the wish list on the home inspection? the regular sales contract addendum versus a notice, those type of documents, anything that you would use after you're ratified. So we'll just review that appraisal contingency notice. I'll give you a hint, it looks exactly like the contingency itself. So that won't take long for us to go over. Notice to void and release documents we'll go over. So all of the documents that we have tomorrow are super quick. So even though we have a few that are carrying over from today, I still think I can get you out early tomorrow. Okay. Questions from what we went over today? Did I go too fast? Did anybody learn anything? Can somebody tell me, give me one aha? Anybody? Nobody learned anything? That's okay. It was a long day. I know it was. You guys will think it's nothing.
I'll say something. I mean,
Okay.
I know you already mentioned this before, but it's, we operate on days, not business days.
Yes.
So. that's-
Yes, and it's a big one. And I will tell you, you are empowered to send counter offers. If you are a listing agent and you get an offer where an agent wrote business days, I empower you to change it and send it back, or tell the agent, hey, can you correct that and send it? Because everybody needs to be on the same playing field. And it gets confusing. It gets confusing. So thank you for that. All right. Thank you all for hanging out with me for so long today. I appreciate it. And I hope it stops raining, or at least stops raining soon. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks.